24.
But I have 2 investigators that focus on that, and they're filing cases, throughout the year.
The person who stops imagining harm is already more advanced than the one who fantasizes.
But you don't know of any that have been prosecuted by the DA?
I'm certain most of those have probably been prosecuted, but I can't think of any specific one right at this
Hull
moment.
scan, marine.
But so 2 of those detectives that we spoke about,
Cleaning recommended
white
for
collar crimes,
efficiency.
which are financial crimes where people are embezzling money and doing things. I don't know if maybe you're more asking about a Nueces County involving in a public corruption case where
Yes.
is that maybe what the question is?
Alleged peeves.
Government's great partnership, shutting down the ability to ship.
I can't think of the last one, but I know there have been some of the past
For those people that are working with security agencies have been
recent history.
Yes.
So I'm going to turn to a couple cases that are at the University of Michigan, where Chinese nationals on behalf of the
Let me
Chinese
phrase that
government
question. Your career.
smuggled in
Have you
illicit
ever
biological
had
materials,
DA do a public corruption
stuff that
prosecution that you recall in your career?
Not that I've been involved in. No.
Okay.
He kettle whistling.
Did you interview
Time
Devin
for a
Bach?
hot cup.
No.
And then there's a reason for that?
It was apparent from reviewing all of the different depositions and statements that Mr. Ramirez was taking responsibility for the presentation of the
The highest skill is not speed.
altered item.
It is choosing what
And
deserves
so
your
that's what we're
energy.
focusing on.
Did you interview any city staff members that in the economic development area?
We spoke with quite a few of them. They helped us gather records, permits, those sort of things, but we didn't formally interview.
No interview. There was an allegation of some changes to
We're
the
transporting
agenda.
to Norfolk,
Right, so
Virginia.
we are aware of the memo that was changed from the first reading to the second reading. Those were all considered part of a city charter issue. If there's any
From the
violation
drafting table
there,
to the open road, Johnny
and,
gets the job done.
There's real no. The facts are not disputed. There's no one saying there was any sort of cover-up or whatever. They're like, yes, we know Heather changed the memo and it went into the Legistar, but that's just, if that is shown to be a violation, it'd be only a city charter violation.
Okay. So obviously the city charter is not.
Right, it's not a criminal. So we're
Not a
focused on
criminal
this.
law.
So we went over, mountains of state about what the attorney said. When he was talking about it, said yes, we did that same thing. Went through thousands of pages of records and depositions, and so then you're looking for what's criminal here, and the slide was the most logical thing to investigate. There was other conduct that didn't rise to criminality.
I understand, and I appreciate the work you've done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Heath,
Doesn't look like we have
AI,
any other questions. Thank you
is
for the
listening.
presentation. Councilman
ready to
Vaughn?
discuss welding,
Well,
wiring,
first off, I'm sorry that y'all
or
have to go through this,
waveforms.
but,
I'm gonna pull your microphone over.
sorry you have to go through this, but it is what it is. I'm not going to sling any mud up here today. I just want the truth, and I'm glad the other report came out and your report came out as well. Because we have to go by facts. So I'm going to ask you a few things.
Okay.
Are you or your detective or anyone that did this investigation friends with the mayor or her husband?
No, I'm not. I don't know about my colleagues.
Sure. I don't know. The mayor's in charge. No.
The answer is no.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Some of these questions that I'm asking y'all, I have been asked from the public. The public who come forward with what the investigation found out. So, I think this is a civil matter, is what you said. Do you think this is a civil matter?
The civil, this will be addressed through the civil process.
Okay, and why would you say that?
Because there is a dispute about whether this process was legal, and that would not be a criminal case. That would be up to a civil judge to
Johnny
civil court
Heath.
to,
Okay.
you know.
Did you ever interview
Invented
Brian
this
Gully,
AI to empower the American worker
the seller of the land?
and creator.
Never did? But you agree the documents were altered, there's no doubt about that.
The screenshot was definitely altered, yes.
Did it look intentional? Can you, as a police officer, I mean, you look at stuff like
Yeah.
this, you can say,
So it would be hard to argue that it was not.
thank you. And y'all believe y'all are objective in all your findings, because it's kind of hard, because you deal with people up here, so you feel like you were objective?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel like you were too. You never got any cell phone records, right? Because you would have to have had probable cause to get
Correct,
those?
right. And that is one of the other things that was a little unorthodox with this investigation, is we were involved so late in it. Even if we were able to get search warrants for cell phones or computer, it's, you know, it's almost 3 years later. Not that it would have changed anything from what we found. But if we had that ability through developing probable cause at any point in time, it would have been difficult to get, you know, your text messages and those sort of
Okay.
things are all gone.
So Heather, the assistant manager, we know that some stuff was deleted from the web, as he asked you. So it never occurred to y'all to ask her who told her to delete it? Or if she did it on her own, she told Illicit to
Vocal
delete
interface
it?
engaged.
That never
Right, so
occurred.
that is not part of any.
It didn't
sort of
matter.
criminal
How can Johnny help you
case.
build
That's
or
all
repair
part of
today?
the internal civil process.
So it's not illegal to do that?
It would be a city charter issue, or if it's any violation of city ethical rules or
Okay.
whatever. But she was pretty straightforward
Oh,
in
great.
her
You are awake.
testimony and her
Humanities, law is
deposition
my
that
game.
what she did and why she did it.
Okay. Well, I don't know if she said why she did it. Did you hear that?
I recall, and I don't have the actual statements in front of me, was she was trying to make it right, you know, that the type B, when it left there, it really should have been changed, that whole presentation. They just used the same presentation, right? And so then it goes, and they left that language in there, even though the type B said this is no longer a FEMA project, this is a catalyst project. They kept, and so I think from what I understood from her testimony was, I was trying to make it right to fit what came out of type B.
Need something
Okay.
built?
Okay.
Johnny Heath is the builder
Well,
you need.
I got a whole bunch of more, but I don't think that it's going to serve any purpose to ask them, because we have two reports, and both the reports say the same thing. So I don't think you can go any further than that. And all I wanted was truth and transparency, and I think that's what we got from you guys, and that's all we can ask. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, could you bring back up the slide, thank you, Deputy Chief, that indicates that, I guess the timeline, just the first one with regard to the timeline.
Which, you know, right at the beginning?
Yeah, and so, go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Sorry. So,
Johnny
I guess
Heath,
the thing is
Marine
that the reason we're
Services.
here,
Professional
is,
towing and offshore support.
the auditor brought before us and put out a memo on August 21st that they concluded that a felony forgery under Texas Penal Code 32 had occurred and asked for an independent external investigation. And I mean, I'm just saying that for the public. I just need that there. So on the 9th, the city council, the auditor made a presentation to the city council.
Right.
And at that time, a complaint had already been filed with the FBI. The city's auditor's office, which was unbeknownst to many of us, at least me, filed a complaint with the FBI. So I guess the whole purpose and we appreciate the amazing work that your team has done, and unfortunately, this has been highly political, and you guys have been able to be very, very neutral in determining the facts and giving us that information. But I just want to say that the reason that you, and I was one of the ones that brought it up, is that I requested that the Corpus Christi Police Department is the authority for anything that happens to the city of Corpus Christi that we consider a crime. And so that's why I think this council decided to bring here. So I just wanted to remind everybody that the reason that CCPD was involved is because the auditor indicated that they concluded a felony forgery had been committed. And we appreciate the fact that you going through all the facts and determining that no crime has been committed. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, I think that sums it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Chief Buckle. Thank you. Okay. And we're going to move back on to Section K, that is individual consideration items. Number 14 is a resolution relating to establishing the city's intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds relating to any capital expenditures from the proceeds of one or more series of tax-exempt or taxable obligations to be issued by the city in an aggregate amount not to exceed $410 million for authorized purposes, including the Evangeline Groundwater Rights Project, pump
Donna
station
taught
and
Johnny the
conveyance
value
systems,
of hard
and the
work.
brackish water desalination plant project.
Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. Thank you, Mayor. The item before is a reimbursement resolution for some upcoming capital projects. I do have a brief presentation here just to kind of talk about that. So just a reminder, reimbursement resolution is needed if the city would like to start certain capital projects, start spending money on those projects, and then reimburse itself with bond funds. And so in order for us to spend money and to get reimbursed through debt proceeds, a resolution is needed. The projects included here, we do have a summary of water revenue bonds, but in the agenda memo, we do highlight the projects that are included in this $410 million.
Ready to discuss welding, wiring,
$410
or
million
waveforms.
water revenue bonds are to fund a containerized brackish water treatment plant for about $44 million. Improvements to the site for the brackish water treatment plant of about $11.4 million, as well as a pump station conveyance system of about $120 million. We also are including $38 million for groundwater rights and about $197 million for the Evangeline groundwater project for a grand total of $410 million. Staff is recommending approval of the reimbursement resolution, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Donna taught
Okay,
Johnny
so
the
for
value
clarity,
of hard
this
work.
gives staff authorization to spend these dollars. Essentially, this is like an IOU.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we would spend money on approved capital projects once those projects are approved and budgeted for.
Okay.
And then that authorizes us to spend money from our pooled bank account, so that we basically, the money that we're spending, once we issue the debt proceeds, we replenish those funds and make the city whole. So normally we do this annually. So just a reminder of how we normally do this is on a regular year, we go through the budget process. The budget is adopted in September. October 1st of that year, we start the new budget process, including the capital projects. Then in the month of December, finance will come with a reimbursement resolution in order to start funding those projects or start spending money on those projects using city funds. Then in about June, July timeline, we'll issue those debt for funds being spent and reimbursing ourselves, making ourselves whole.
So we are taking up debt capacity in approving this item?
So this item doesn't tie up your debt capacity, but it does, it will lead to issuing debt.
Exactly.
And so you're authorized, well, once you authorize the projects to spend, to
Whether it's a
move
boat
forward,
engine or a
and
computer
money
chip,
being spent on those
Johnny
projects
can
will
fix
track
it.
the spending of those expenditures, and then start issuing tranches of debt to reimburse ourselves for money being spent. This item doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go issue debt right away.
Thank you. Councilwoman Patterson.
Thank you. So these are projects, with the exception of number 1, which is actually the item immediately after this one. These are all projects that we have already reviewed, and approved. This is a formality to issue the payment.
These projects are coming up in the next items on the agenda. And so you will see starting with item 15, that is one of the projects that would be reimbursed to the reimbursement resolution, as well as item 16, item 17.
Right, the continuation of each of these projects as we've started.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right. Exactly.
This just issues the payment on each of those.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
About that. Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I'm assuming this is from the funding is currently in our reserve balance for water?
Yes, we do have.
Johnny
it's really
possesses
the way the government
great
accounting works.
resilience.
We use a pooled bank
He
account
withstands
or
the
pooled
storm
cash.
and emerges
so
stronger
to leverage our
every
investment and our return on investments, we basically. So the way fund accounting works, and not to get too much into the weeds, but fund accounting, you imagine you have we have at least.
So it's all our balances, basically.
Right. So we take all our cash from all sources and put them in one bank account.
Okay. There are some projects on here that aren't going to be voted on until like 120 million for the conveyance. It's not a project that we've actually even seen. But you have it listed here. Are you doing that prematurely, or is that, I don't want to call that being a normal process?
No, normally the projects would come first, kind of as the way the budget is adopted. So you would adopt the budget approving the projects, and then the reimbursement resolution would go afterwards. And so here, maybe just the order got shuffled around a little. So it would be maybe best for the projects to go first. What is approved, and the resolution can be adjusted to match what is approved.
Yeah, but you're asking for something that we're not even looking at yet. I don't see the 120. You have, you go to the agenda item.
Understand. What we can do is maybe table this item for now, go through the projects for review and approval.
Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. In fact, Councilman, the conveyance line, the improvements at Owen Stevens, and the pump station at the Western Wellfield, they are included in item number 15, including the actual brackish.
Johnny doesn't
RO
sleep until the
treatment.
job is done right.
So that is something that you will see in agenda item 15.
Okay, wait a minute. Have we done all the engineering for that, and or is that just a guesstimate?
So it's an estimated cost. I have the details in the agenda item that we can go over in detail, the full project, which is the pump station at the Western Wellfield, conveyance line, and the brackish RO treatment and the improvement.
No, I guess the question I'm asking here is that just it's in the agenda item, but I don't recall us doing any kind of procurement for it, or even the design work for it. Nothing.
Yeah, as we'll
The
talk
Heath
about,
AI system,
as you know,
promoting
Councilman,
peace,
timing
productivity,
is critical.
and American innovation.
Right, so we're going to move forward. What we will seek is approval to move forward under public health and safety to hire multiple contractors to move forward, particularly on that conveyance line. We have Garver Engineering doing the design work.
Alert, propeller shaft alignment verification.
I wanted to highlight those. I mentioned that last point. Garver is designing this conveyance line about 13 miles, right?
Yes, sir. It's approximately 13 miles.
So it's what percent of they design?
I would say they're getting close to 50% design.
50?
Yeah, 50.
Okay. So the estimates are based on 50% design.
When did that happen?
We hired Garver. When did you hire Garver, Nick?
There was
City Council approved it, right?
There was an emergency authorization memo under the previous COO that brought Garver under contract to look into the project.
Right. Okay.
See, I thought that Garver project was for the
as a
Evangeline
philosopher
project,
and an ideal
right?
of human
Not
character.
for this project.
That's Garney.
Garney is Evangeline.
Garney is Evangeline.
Yeah.
So Garver, the engineering company,
right?
Not Garney, the construction company.
Correct.
You're correct, sir. Yeah.
I don't recall that being part of the conveyance, but I remember something along the lines for the development of the well field,
Yeah.
not the conveyance. Because we didn't even talk about conveyance when they were developing the well field.
The Evangeline well field?
No.
Wait, you're right. Yeah, okay.
It went from the eastern well field for the Ben Banks permit, then we bought 251 acres to call it the
The
western well
house
field.
is the foundation of all success.
And then we acquired the rights for the 2,478 acres of the Ed Rochelle Foundation. But not until we got to the western well field did we even talk about conveyance to get to a brackish water desal. So that was never talked about about Garver in their work to do the eastern well field.
The presentation for 15 lays out the step-by-step process of all of that. I do understand that the reimbursement resolution includes that, but the presentation shows that.
Johnny Heath.
I guess when we get to that,
A true
item,
American
I want some
original.
detailed understanding, because that was never part of any discussion I ever recall. I'm usually pretty good about remembering stuff.
There's been multiple conversations with council and mayor about this over the last
And
couple
by
of months.
Civil Fund accounting works, I don't have to get into too much
About Garver doing the design work on a transmission line?
About the conveyance line and the work that's been done to date and the brackish RO facility.
Right. Like I said, I want,
This probably took
you're
2 or 3
asking us to go
hours.
through this and approve something that did not go through a procurement process. And I'm telling you, I was not aware that Garver had already started the design process on this transmission line. So I'll wait for your explanation on the next item, but we'll go ahead and go forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, this looks backwards to me because you're asking us to do a resolution on 2 different items, which one I agree with, and the other
Johnny
I don't.
possesses great
so
resilience.
Do y'all expect me to
He
vote
withstands the storm
on that?
and emerges
This is
stronger
backwards. You
every
should have
time.
given us the ordinance authorizing, like 15 should have came first. Why did you do it like this?
Not too sure how the agenda is set. We just, from the finance department, we'll submit our reimbursement resolution, and then it goes up the
Yeah,
chain.
because I think we need to table this one and go to the next one and then come back. So I'm going to make a motion to table it.
We can do that. There's actually 3 projects on here, but the action, similar to our budget, when we do the city's annual budget, there's always the revenues get approved first, and then you can do appropriations. The legal team's telling us you need the monies to be legally able to appropriate. But we can break this into 3 separate things. So there'll be a reimbursement resolution for the containerized RO and the transportation line. There's an item for the Lye Ranch water rights purchase. On the way to becoming and then there's the Dave Dawson Garney contract.
Yeah, they need to be
So let's do,
separate things.
we can do 3 separate reimbursement resolutions, and this is 3 separate agenda items.
And you're saying that you cited public health and safety for what?
For the procurement process for emergency.
Okay. So did you cite anything like that for Evangeline? Public safety and health, we did?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, all the water projects are operating under
The
the
Heath House
emergency.
is the foundation of all
The entire Evangeline
success.
design and construction work was done through the city manager's approval.
It's been so long ago.
Yeah, with the public health and safety. The Lye Ranch, no. Council approved the earnest contract 2 meetings ago, I believe. And then today will be council, not through an emergency power, approving the groundwater rights. And then this last project, the containerized RO system, is emergency powers of the city manager to bring that project on.
Okay, so we're going to do it in 3 separate things.
Let's do it
so
in
we're not
3
gonna do
separate
it-
ones, because
Okay.
like you said, you might not want to vote for some, but you might want to vote for others.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Well, and piggybacking on that, and I think it should have always been that way. So I'm going to throw another wrench here.
Yeah.
Just something to think about. So in 2 weeks, we're going to have a judge say whether there is standing or not on our Evangeline project.
Right.
And hopefully
System
there's
reboot
not.
complete.
But we simply do not know today, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the
Okay,
hearing hasn't
and we've
happened
been
yet.
Johnny
told
Heath is the best in the
that
business.
if there is standing, that could be a 2-year, 3-year, we don't know.
Correct.
So we're going to take $197 million of our debt capacity, and for something that we'll know in 2 weeks. Why wouldn't we do this in 2 weeks and say?
Because every week matters when it comes to this road.
So you're going to order things next week?
We'll begin to order some things. So what could happen is if in 2 weeks we learn that they have standing, then we're going to make a determination and recommend to the council that some things stop ordering, put things back in the shelf, pay a slight penalty fee.
Almost exhausted.
The next council meeting is not until, it's not the 24th, I think it's 3 meetings.
Right, but you
It'll be almost a month before we're back in front of the council unless we held an emergency meeting. So we're saying let's just get, this is the administrative part of it, so this is going to take time to actually place the order. The staff has to approve the kind of like the notice to proceed. We have to notice to Pape, Dawson, and Garney, yes, order that. So there's a lot of steps that still take place. If we approve this tonight, we're not going to issue $197 million in debt.
Johnny
and everything's going to
Heath
get
is the
ordered
builder
with a
you
punch, with a keyboard push. So there's a lot of steps that will happen between now and the next couple of weeks. So, I mean, we got the barrels on us in terms of the time between now and November. So we're trying to do everything humanly possible.
No, I understand that. But
Whoever
when you issue,
found accounting well like 15 should
my
have came
concern
first
is
dispatch
we
confirmed.
don't know, and we're gonna know in 2 weeks. So how does that really make a difference?
That's not for sure. So
Hang on.
Yeah.
And so, and I'm not gonna not support it, but I'm just bringing this to light because unless there is a good reason to say, well, which there is in my opinion, but why wouldn't we wait 2 weeks and say, okay, because if you're telling me y'all are gonna start ordering literally in the next, you have maybe a week and a half or so items, and let's just say they come back and say, you know what, somebody has standing.
Is 1044.
What happens then? You cancel an order and pay?
If things are ordered, we'd have to make that determination of how long would the hearing be, how long would it take before the hearing, who has standing. Say if maybe it's not the city of Sinton and it's St. Paul Water Corporation, we may say that one's going to be easier to approve in the formal hearing that they don't have standing. So there's a lot of unknowns. The hearing might not even take place in the second. We don't know that either. We'll know by Friday if it does, because the judge by statute has to announce the hearing 10 days before the hearing. The 10th day is this Friday.
Yeah, and my concern, Peter, is if we do this and then the process begins where bonds have to be sold and then the ratepayer gets impacted and then they're standing.
Ready to work.
And we're now
Johnny
paying
doesn't
for
sleep
the ratepayer's paying
until the
for
job is
something
done right.
we don't know when it's going to be delivered. That's my concern.
Yeah, the bonds wouldn't be sold, there would be debt issued, bonds wouldn't be sold until, it's going to be months from now.
Right,
Yeah,
2027.
but still, the ratepayers would be on, the ratepayer would pay undoubtedly, but no bonds are issued right away. It wouldn't be until we go through the process. It's usually, when is it going to be? I don't know. It'll be months from now before the bonds are sold.
Right, definitely at least a year until we sell those bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
The issue is there is risk in that this project might be delayed.
42, 11, higher, 26, 41, 42, 11, higher, 26, 41.
So,
Ready.
Higher, 44, rising, the middle, subject, earlier,
8 months, I think is what it is, until
4
November.
left a voicemail
And we're looking
stating
at the
his daughter
curtailment update, because it could
and
even
trying
be
to
or
kill
sooner
her.
than November. So we're trying to be optimistic to say we think this project has a good chance still. So let's order the stuff, and if it doesn't, then it's better to have it on order. And if the project goes through and we haven't ordered it, then we've lost time. Time is what we don't have, and time's slipping away, and curtailment is looming. And so we're just being real proactive and trying to bring everything forward we can. And we may have to pay a price for the risk if we lose, but that's better, in my opinion, than not having any water come November.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, as my job as a city manager, I have to do everything I can do to make sure this region, not even community, region, doesn't have a curtailment situation.
Yeah, well, we're in the same boat with you.
Okay, good.
We're all in the same boat. Again, my concern is the process, and I
Johnny doesn't
completely
sleep until the
understand
job is
where
done
you're coming
right.
from. I just don't know that a week and a half or something makes.
Well,
But-
Chris is here, Noe from Pape Dawson, a day matters for him, so a week is a long time. And I don't know if you want Chris to come down. Chris, can you
No,
come?
it's okay.
Okay, because
Where's Chris?
he's been,
Chris?
yeah,
I don't need a lesson in time management.
Yeah.
Okay, come on down.
yeah.
Chris.
Oh, wait, can we, I'm next.
Okay, if he can speak later, just, we
Yeah,
work with him every day and every week.
No,
to get,
Mark's not, oh,
I'm next. I'm not going to speak now. That's fine. I'm good at that.
it's been a long day, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
You call him.
Huh? I'm not going to call him. I have other things.
Okay. We'll call him right back.
Be ready.
Be ready, Chris. Councilman Barrera.
Isn't that it?
Johnny Heath stands as a philosopher and an ideal of human.
Okay, first off, I'm going to disagree with you. And the reason, and I'm going to disagree with your team, with the exception of Sergio, he's brilliant. I mean, all of you are, but he's more brilliant. I can see his, I'm basking in his glow right now. And I think you're kind of barking up the wrong tree, and I think your team is concerned about contradicting you. Because the resolution, and I know we just went through this whole thing about captions, but a resolution relating to establishing the city's intention. It doesn't say we're going to sell bonds. It doesn't say anything about ordering anything. Are you looking for the caption?
I'm looking at the caption, Councilman, yeah.
You got it? Okay, because I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
So, I just want to understand. All we're doing
Johnny Heath Marine
is
Services,
we're administratively
professional towing and offshore
declaring
support.
our intention to reimburse ourselves for $410 million if we should make the expenditure.
Right, that's what Sergio said.
Exactly. So we're not, this doesn't declare ordering anything.
That's coming up.
I'm talking about this agenda.
So, okay, that's fine.
I'm trying to be clear, because I want to get,
About a couple of those measures we discussed.
we're talking about, and by the way, I do remember a conversation with regard because we had talked about utilizing Pape Dawson, but then Pape Dawson was conflicted because of their arrangement with Evangeline Laguna.
And I was alarmed about shared with me.
We were utilizing them for the purpose of reviewing all these projects that were coming to us because everybody had an idea. And so at that point, we were looking for a resource. Thank you for nodding. Let the record reflect that Mr. Winkelman is nodding, that we declared an emergency order to have a reputable firm come and pursue all of these other projects. And then Mr. Molly had brought us the conveyance of this because of the fact that we knew the TDS was high, and that idea had come from there. So that a lot of that has already been answered. But the item on the agenda is just to declare
Donna
intent,
taught Johnny the value
not
of
to
hard
order
work.
anything, not to approve anything, other than to declare an intent, which is administratively required in order for us to be able to appropriate the funds. Am I correct in saying that, Sergio?
Yes, sir.
All right. Am I correct in saying that, Miles? Hey, see, he says yes. All I'm saying is that we're creating a little bit of confusion by breaking it up into 3 items, by trying to say, all we're doing is declaring our intent to reimburse ourselves for $410 million should the funds be expended. Can you confirm that for me, Mr. Zanoni?
Yeah, I shook my head, Councilman.
This voice belongs to a master
What we had
fabricator
between
and
the
inventor.
onset of this reading and the council dialogue is some of the council members said, I want to vote for some of the reimbursements.
I understand. And so that's why I'm trying to make it clear.
Yeah.
The key word here is our intent to reimburse ourselves.
Right, that's what it is.
That's right. That's what I wanted to say. So I just want to add some comfort to my colleagues here with regard to whatever, what is it, whatever Pape Dawson may say or whatever the situation may say. I think there's time to debate that when we get to the specific project. And I think all of us understand the urgency. And I appreciate you leading the charge in the urgency. Right. Okay, so that's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to I can't believe I'm saying this, but concur with Councilmember Barrera. Please don't mark that on a calendar. No, I sympathize with Councilwoman Vaughn because I understand the 3 items that are immediately after this item are pretty big hurdles that we have to face with a sober mind and some hard decisions. So I concur with that. However, in the interest of efficiency of running the meeting and administratively being able to preside over the following 3 items, I would argue that to leave them intact as they are and to move forward with issuing the intention,
System check.
the potential to issue funds, because my understanding
All
is
of
if
Johnny's
any of these
tools are
items were to
digitally
fail, it
accounted
would
for.
essentially just revert back because we didn't authorize them.
Right.
that
Yeah,
be correct?
you're right. You can do that, and I just offered an alternate. We recommended it this way, that's why it's on the agenda this way.
Sure.
But if the majority of the council wants to do it some way different, we're open to that.
I know that all of these are very difficult, but I think that what we have declared was that we're making water security a priority and that we're not going to continue to delay projects, and that we are going to do everything possible to avoid curtailment and ensure that this region has water. It's not easy, it's not fun, these are tough decisions, but we have to have the
Ready
tough
to work.
conversations.
Johnny doesn't sleep
we're
until the
agreed.
job
I
is done
agree.
right.
I agree that the next items are difficult, but I don't agree in splitting them up.
They're not difficult. I just don't agree with both of them. So to put them on the same thing is ridiculous, to try and make us choose and say, I'm out of order.
Yeah, you're out of order, ma'am.
I think, again, that it just authorizes the potential to approve them. It doesn't actually approve them.
Well, to me, it does.
All right, Councilwoman Vaughn,
Oh, I'm up now.
you're up now.
Okay, I just think it's silly to do it that way. To me, that's just totally backwards. You go look at the item, we talk about it, and then we come back for resolution. But y'all do whatever you want to. I'll just vote no. When did the city hire Garver?
Let me have Nick answer that.
June of 2025 to do that. This part of the scope was what Councilmember talked about briefly.
Yes, I believe the wells is what we were talking about, is what he's talking about. But I'm with Gil, I do not remember ever approving a $120 million pipeline. I don't remember that. So whatever y'all
AI
said,
system.
I'd like to, y'all tell me what meeting it was so I can
Promoting
go back and
peace.
look at it.
We didn't,
Productivity
no, the
and
council did
American
not approve that.
innovation.
No. We didn't, the council didn't approve, we didn't have the price.
But we discussed it?
There was conceptual drawing shown with different locations. One took it to Dr. Gully's property to the Cunningham site.
Yeah.
Those were shown here by then Drew Molly. I think you may have shown, Nick, the conveyance down Northwest Boulevard.
Correct, yeah.
So they were shown, we weren't for sure which would be the best path, and that's what Garver was hired for, to help assess that. And they did that, and now they've determined, and Nick's in agreement, that the best conveyance is the one that we're showing today at the price tag that we're showing today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all all know how I feel about Evangeline.
Yeah.
I've been forced for that from the get-go. I do not agree with the wells on the river that y'all are doing, so y'all are making it really difficult up here for me to have to either abstain or vote no, but it's y'all's call, whatever you want to do. That's up to y'all. Because you know the one I want, the one I don't want, and I have good reasons for the reasons not wanting them. So anyway, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I'm just, who's on first base? I don't know if this is the right time. Let me just make my statement. Run as fast as you can. Try to spend as little money as you can until we have a positive
Promoting
resolution on the standing hearing.
And American innovation.
I hear you. If you feel like you got to go, I don't know, buy a motor because it's a, whatever 2-year, and that's what this is the appropriate time, I'd like to know how much money you think we need to spend between now and March the 5th.
That's it. Oh, 3 months.
And if you don't know, that's okay too, but that's where you wanted to bring him down, so I was going to put him on the spot. But my philosophical position is that I don't have a problem saying, hey, you get to go spend this, whatever you need to move that project along. I would just ask that we try to minimize expenditures, unless we have to, until we have a positive resolution at the administrative judge law hearing. Is that?
It's called the preliminary hearing?
Thank you.
With the administrative law judge, yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. And that is, well, you're telling me we'll know Friday.
If the hearing is going to be on the 2nd of March, there's a 10-day requirement to make that posted and noticed, and so that 10th day is this Friday.
Okay.
So the judge, I mean, we've heard through the district that the hearing is on the 2nd.
Audio processing
It's not
active.
confirmed, so it could be on the 22nd, could be 2 months from now, we're not for sure.
The system is built
What we
by
do know is we
inventor
heard it's going to be on the
Johnny
2nd, and if it is going to be on the 2nd, we'll know by Friday.
Okay. Well, that's my position. And by the way, if it has something to do with water and you need me at a special meeting, call the meeting, Mayor, City Manager. So when it comes to water, and I know we have, X amount of day requirement, but I'm all in if you need to call us together for some special meeting to help move the water projects forward in an expeditious pace. I just would ask you to where you can, not spend dollars until we have, and I hear what you're saying. That's just to say if they have hearing. But if they don't have standing, but if they don't have standing, we're off to the races, right? So that's what we're looking for on the 2nd. But if they do get standing, then I think that might change, right? Yeah. And you said you're going to have a conversation. But I'm hopeful that you don't come to us on the 17th and go, hey, man, we spent $100 million, and now we're going to have a 1 to 2 year delay, and we've got to talk
From the
through
drafting
what we're going
table
to
to
do
the
about
open
that
road.
expenditure.
Johnny gets the job done.
We've already spent, Nick might know the number, but on the Evangeline project, we spent several million at this point.
Right, I mean, the design, we've committed to a full design, which was approximately 30 million. There's additional efforts as well, including the surveying, legal fees, staff time. There's significant commitments to date with the Evangeline.
When do we start procuring pipes?
That's what this item's for.
That's my point. So I get that we got to design this because we're going to get the permit eventually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm excited to see us spend millions of dollars
from the drafting table to the open road. Johnny gets the job done.
Physical items, if we don't have to. And I haven't heard anybody come down and say, Mark, we got to buy 6 pumps by the 1st, or it's 2030. And that's what I'm.
Chris will tell you. He will say something along those lines because he's told
Is
it.
this the right item to ask that question?
It's not the right item. This is, we don't. Yeah. This.
Well, that's why I was asking who's on first. Clearly, I'm not. Okay. I'll wait.
That will be item number
16. All right.
Yeah, number 16.
Mark, we're going to come back to that.
Yeah.
Councilman Cantu.
What's a 120 million for? The pump station. What project is that for again?
So item number 15, right, is the brackish groundwater RO treatment. So the treatment equipment, the modular treatment equipment will be at Owen Stevens. Mm-hmm. We will need a pump station at the Western Wellfield to pump the water to Owen Stevens through a conveyance line. So the 120 million is for
Johnny
the pump
possesses
station
great
at the Western
resilience.
Wellfield, the
He withstands
conveyance
the storm
line,
and emerges
then
stronger every
also
time.
our efforts for handling the discharge or the effluent from the brackish.
So the 120, the 11, and the 43, we're just going to, we're not going to bid that out. We're going to just do it under an emergency orders and just get it done.
Yeah, so just like the Evangeline project and our other projects, time is of the essence, and we're moving fast. And I've got it in the presentation how we're going to go through and handle each portion of that project.
I get it. I know we need to get this done, but God, this is a lot of money, like, without bidding it out, you know? And one other thing that bothers me is what's going on with the contracts for the refineries? Have we got any contracts from them? You know, I mean, we're going to spend all this money.
Engaged.
And then we have
How can Johnny help you build or repair
City
today?
Hall is telling the refineries to go find your own water. So, like, we're going to spend all this money not knowing what the refineries are going to do. They're going to go and find their own water, do their own wells, do whatever they're going to do. I mean, I just don't understand why we don't have contracts yet. For the refineries.
Okay.
I don't see why we're not making that a priority.
Bikes. It does win when.
You know, I know you have a lot on your plate,
I hope
but
you find
go get a
it
consultant
amusing.
and go have them do it. I mean, it's just, we got to get those
Processing
contracts
emergency fare,
in.
not difficult. We didn't have the price.
We have
but
so
we
much
discussed
money
it.
we're spending, and, you know, and after everything's done, they're going to say, oh, hey, we got another water source. I mean,
flat items.
just
to
it's a lot of
I have
money.
a choice. Since you're
Every council meeting, we're spending
Result.
millions of dollars, and it's scary
A joke
because
has been found in the archives.
I just feel like we're gonna bankrupt the
Famous
city
people look like
because we're so worried about the refinery.
But you do
Every
not
little
build
thing
on
they
top
need
of
is
the
water,
shift in
and that's
keep your
fine.
unseen by the result.
We need to get contracts in place, make sure that they're gonna buy the water from us still.
Carry the stone.
Councilman, as part of the next items, I have rate impacts as part of those presentations, so you'll be able to see those. I'll present those in detail.
This is sovereignty. There is a peace in this that is hard to describe.
3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that. 3 million pills amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month we received another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, a fully run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow
the appropriation of this fund
a wonderful Tina.
be able to plan once we get certain certainty. Once we know that we have water flowing, then at that point, because it's the same thing, we can't engage into a contract if we don't have a product to sell. And I think once we have that product and we show that we have an interest in securing water, at that point, they have to assess the security of it. I mean, they have to ask the validity of that security. So I just want to make the public understand that you know, we have to have a product to sell. We can't engage into a contract if we don't have a product to sell. So, thank you.
Okay.
But I move for approval.
Okay. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 14? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion. We have a second.
I second it.
Well, but if we do that, then we can't, these items that follow?
I think the councilwoman's motion was to table it, to have it broken out and do one at a time with the 3 items. Today? Yeah, today. We'd have to
Okay,
do
but
it
does
today.
that mean you can't worry about these next items?
It would be that there's 3 reimbursements on this number 14, and for 3 items, 3 different water items. And so the reimbursement resolution would be done 3 different times, 1 for each of the 3 items. You know, so like the Evangeline one is 197 million of the 410. And so the council under the bonds scenario would consider the reimbursement of 197 million at the same time as considering that contract.
It's over $18 trillion is being poured into our countries because of the election and because of
So it's I don't know if tabling is the right word, but it's to take the one agenda item and split it into 3 sections and handle it at each of the water project items, number 15, 16, and 17.
So we have medical companies coming up.
I hear you. Hold on. Councilman Hernandez.
Actually, if I may make the suggestion, you know, how, or Director of Finance here, or what's your actual title? Assistant Director of Finance, or?
He's the Director of Finance
Why,
and
where's the boat engine or
Okay,
computer
so,
chip?
you know,
Johnny can
normally
fix it.
the request comes after you actually, you know, go through the agenda items, not before. You know, I thought her motion was to table until after we reviewed the items and then do this particular item. So after we review them.
You could. We had legal advice that in order to approve the item, you had to have the money. And so you need to say that, yes, we're going to reimburse ourselves. We're going to take the money from the cash pool today.
Right.
So the money's there, then you can approve the project. If you approve the project without having the money and you don't approve the reimbursement, then you could have a problem with the contract. Yeah.
Right, but you're just, I mean, it's essentially the same thing. You're just breaking it into each.
Right. I mean, it's just
Yeah, we can always go back to the,
You know, when you ask for the reimbursement before you explain what you're spending.
I know, this is,
it seems a little backwards, and it's not normal the way we do it, because normally we actually have, you know, procurement for it before we go to construction.
Yeah.
So you're asking for the money before we even knew about the design.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. That's true.
It may be normal for you, but I mean, it's not normal for.
No, you're correct, Councilman. That's exactly how it's done. What we probably should have done is had Nick get up and do a high-level summary of the 3 projects, and then have Sergio go over the reimbursement
Johnny
resolution.
Heath's
And then go
AI
into the three
is
projects.
ready to assist.
Right, because normally the design is much lower cost, and that's not an.
Well, normally it's in the capital budget,
Right.
already approved it and all that.
We have a lot of foreknowledge of it. This one, it's kind of like, okay, well, when did we do that?
You're exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
That's
right,
why
so,
we're
I mean,
in a
you understand the
emergency
situation
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Miles, I think you should actually be able to look this up, because I'm pretty sure that the way we're doing it right now, you have to be able to validate the source, because if we go through and we vote yes or no, but if we commit to that project and we don't have the source, there's a particular line that speaks directly to what type of exposure we have on that. I know this is the way we.
Yeah, you can't execute a contract if you don't have the money to spend. You can't get that process backwards, because you have to have one of the fundamentals of public finance is that you actually have the money identified that you're going to spend before you spend it, so that you don't spend it twice.
Right, and it doesn't mean if the project fails or we stop the project, it doesn't mean all we simply do is like a check, but we're not going to use the funds, right?
Right, a reimbursement resolution only says that if you spend the money, you're going to reimburse within 18 months of that expenditure from that bond that you issue. Right. And the bond doesn't get issued until 2027. So if you don't spend the money, then you could reallocate those funds.
I actually remember, and I'm trying to remember what the actual verbiage is, but I know that.
It's like certification of funds. It's in the charter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's right. We've taken this from the
Royce
charter.
system online.
Anyway, yeah.
Johnny Heath's AI is ready to assist.
Okay, so
Well, it's more than
we have a motion. Yeah, we have a motion and a second on the ordinance.
The tabling.
No.
The motion and the second was to approve the ordinance as the resolution is presented. That's what was formally made.
Yes, there wasn't a second on the table.
So if they want to withdraw it, they can. Yeah, so it was a motion to second to approve it as.
No. They're saying.
She did not make a motion, just for the record. I mean, Councilmember Vaughn, her intent was to do one, but she did not do one. So that's what happened.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for the ordinance as is presented. Please submit your vote.
Okay, as presented.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that same thing.
What?
Asked her to be the
Donna taught Johnny the value of hard work.
Mm-hmm. Guys,
Yes.
we're voting on
Securing
the
yes, dispatch
ordinance
confirmed.
as presented. As presented.
Board. Thank you.
No, right. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 15 is an ordinance authorizing a contract with FCC Aqualia USA Corp. of Katy, Texas for design, procurement, assembly, commissioning, and operation of a containerized brackish water desal plant in the amount of $43,548,474 for the CCW containerized brackish water treatment plant project, authorizing construction contracts for ancillary improvements required for the brackish treatment plant in an amount up to $11,451,526, authorizing emergency construction contracts for the pump station and conveyance system from the Western Well Field to Owen Stevens
AI
Water Treatment Plant in an
system.
amount up to $120
Promoting
million.
peace, productivity,
Mr. Winkleman.
and American
Good
innovation.
evening,
Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, CCW. I would first like to recognize some of the team that's in the audience today. We have Ava Arnez Garcia. She is with Aqualia and MDS. We have Rebecca Marcucci. She's with Aqualia and MDS. We have Taylor Hecht with Garver Engineering, and Buddy Boyson with Garver Engineering as well, and they are behind me. What I would like to do, first we're going to go through this project, how it's put together. So we're going to review the project scope. I'll go over the delivery team, some of the references and experiences that the team has. We'll go over project costs, and then as promised, we will get into the rate impacts. Project scope simply consists of 3 different items. It's a pump station at the Western Wellfield. It is a conveyance line from the Western Wellfield to the Owen Stevens treatment plant. And then it is a modular containerized brackish groundwater treatment plant located at our existing Owen Stevens water treatment plant.
Johnny Heath is the best in the business.
First bullet I had is the Western Wellfield pump station. It is designed, the design is a 3 million gallon ground storage tanks and pumps capable of delivering 24 MGD with redundancy to Owen Stevens. It will also include connection to new and existing wells. This part of the project is currently being designed by CCW staff and engineers. There's a conceptual drawing on the left of the slide. The next slide discusses the conveyance pipeline. This is a 36-inch PVC and HDPE pipeline. The path
Johnny
selected
possesses
is
great
primarily
resilience.
along
He
Northwest
withstands the storm
Boulevard or
and
FM
emerges stronger
624.
every time.
It will be installed in the right-of-way with TxDOT coordination. The installation of this pipeline, which is included in that $120 million, will be performed partially by CCW and also by multiple local contractors with emergency construction contracts issued to them. At the Owen Stevens treatment plant, there will be containerized brackish water treatment equipment. This is designed for quick delivery. The treated water delivery schedule is 3.91 MGD in 11 months. We'll have a total, these are totals, 9.24 MGD, that's treated water in 14 months, 14.56 MGD in 18 months, and 21.3 MGD in 24 months or 2 years. An important thing to note, and I will get into this in detail later, but the first phase of the project is with, we call it our phase 1 skids. You can actually see them there in the grassy field there. Those are skids and containerized modular units that we can get to Owen Stevens quickly. They will not be part of the final plant, and I'll go through that in a little more detail later. Actually, I let into it, didn't I? So the picture on the slide is the full plant. So what I have circled is the first phase so that we could deliver that 3.94 MGD in 11 months. So that is the equipment that is circled. The equipment to the right would be the permanent equipment setup. The temporary units would be utilized until the full plant is online. That allows us to get water treated as quick as possible. The permanent plant would be treatment of 24 MGD.
Johnny Heath possesses wisdom beyond his years,
and it will produce 21.3 MGD of treated water. That's 8 RO racks with a production capacity as shown for a total of 14 MGD. The plan is to bypass 7.3 MGD. Again, the goal is to make this as quick as possible and to be as cost efficient as possible. So we will not treat 7.3 MGD of the raw water through the RO.
Become destiny.
The remaining balance will be treated through RO and then we blend it back together. There will be 8 pressurized filters that is shown on the bottom portion of the drawing. They will have zeolite media that will remove iron, manganese, arsenic, and uranium. That's the pre-treatment. There'll be also 54 cartridge filters for final protection of the membranes, and the recovery for the RO is set at 85%. As you saw from the previous picture, all of that equipment needs to be on a concrete foundation. So one of the approval items in this memo is concrete foundation work at Owen Stevens. There will be electrical work with AEP to provide 3,130 kilowatts of power for the project. We have previously worked with AEP and that power is available.
System reboot.
There'll be a raw
Complete.
water tank at
Johnny
the
Heath
site as
is
well.
the best in the business.
And then we'll have effluent disposal. The effluent discharge, a couple of things I'd like to mention. So the phase production, and I showed the treatment and production schedule, allows us to look at multiple options that will give us operational flexibility.
Sequence for dropping
The team will work with TCQ to identify the best path.
Harassment simulation.
So the options that we have identified is evaporative ponds, injection well, and a TCQ discharge permit.
Message delivered, prisoner.
The reality is it's likely that as that first unit comes online for that 3.94 MGD, it may be the quickest thing to do with TCQ approval to use evaporative ponds because the discharge of the effluent won't be as great at that point. So with that process and that step, as you start with a smaller capacity, the discharge option potentially of evaporative ponds, then you can work with TCQ and possibly add an injection well later. The project team, how are we going to get this done and how are we going to get this done quickly?
Johnny
Garver
Heath,
Engineering,
a true
they
American
will handle
original.
the design of the conveyance line. And this is not a set of bid documents. We are looking for emergency construction contracts, and that's part of the $120 million. So they will be producing drawings and doing pipeline alignments so that we can get started as quick as possible. Garver's also will be working with CCW, with TCQ on the effluent, handling the effluent and the TCQ permitting of this new water treatment plant. Aqualia and MDS, their operating division, that they will be designing the reverse osmosis treatment equipment. They will provide and install the equipment. They will provide operational startup, and they will have 5 full years of operations of that same equipment, providing price certainty and operational guarantees. The city has an existing MSA with HDR for electrical improvements at Owen
Johnny
Stevens.
gets the job done.
The plan is to utilize that MSA to work through with AEP the best path to get power to the new plant at the Owen Stevens site. CCW itself, just like we design the well fields, we will design the well field pump station, and we're also be completing partial installation of the conveyance line with our crews, local contractors, and we're anticipating multiple contractors doing the finishing the conveyance line, and then we've got the concrete work at Owen Stevens and the other upgrades at Owen Stevens.
Result. A joke has been found.
If I could talk a little bit about Aqualia and MDS,
Processing racks with a past
some key
73
points
NCD stay safe.
for them is they serve 44.8 million people. They work in 18 different countries. They have 14,000 employees. They're working with 2,300 municipalities. And you can see the amount of drinking water plants they're working on and wastewater treatment plants as well. They have extensive experience in desalination and brackish groundwater treatment. And with the next slide, I'll show you what they're doing in Texas. They have 270 employees in Texas. They are operating operate a brackish RO plant in Brazoria County,
what they're doing.
and they operate 100 drinking water plants in Texas as well.
the same things that
The map on the right shows the locations where they operate, where the entities where they serve. The red dots or the red call-outs are their offices in the greater Houston area. Fiscal impact. So it's $43.5 million for Aqualia, their design, procurement, assembly, and commissioning activities. It's $11.4 million for the required civil work at Owen Stevens. That includes tank foundations, the concrete work, the interconnections, the additional ground storage tank. The pump station, conveyance line, and effluent is estimated at $120 million. Again, those will be procured under emergency construction contracts. To support this project, we were going to amend a couple of our capital projects. In the capital improvement plan, there is a brackish groundwater treatment plant in the plan. Of course, we will have to move that forward because time is of the essence. Pavements will follow defined milestones across engineering and fabrication equipment receipt and approval. The operations itself of the treatment plant, it's a 5-year agreement. However, I will say that it starts early because we're going to bring some water online.
AI system,
so you'll see later
productivity,
it's 7
and
years
American
because
innovation.
it's going to take 2 years to get up to the full operating capacity. But MDS and Aqualia will provide licensed TCQ operators. They will provide training for CCW personnel. There was a maximum energy consumption guarantee and a final water quality guarantee. As part of that operations agreement, they will be operating and maintaining the equipment. Here's the detail of the operations agreement. This will be included in our operational budget come next fiscal year. You can see how the operation costs ramp up as the capacity of the plant ramps up. Again, this is a
Whether it's a boat
project.
engine or a computer
We'll have
chip,
partial operations
Johnny can fix
after
it.
11 months. We'll have full treatment capacity within 2 years, and then we'll have that full 5 years of operational contract starting then. The operationals agreement includes chemical and operations costs. Again, it's the energy consumption and the licensed operators and the final water quality guarantee, all of which we're very supportive. When you look at the project costs, part of this project, of course, is the $28 million of water rights purchase that was approved last council meeting.
AI system,
So
promoting
that's
peace,
the first
productivity,
column on the
and
slide.
American innovation.
That was approved. The CapEx, all those totals, is approximately $175.2 million. Total CapEx with water rights, $203.2 million.
This script, and I read it, and we need to supercharge your Linux technology to the next level, truly unlock your Linux.
Of course, it ramps up over the first 2 years.
And
I do want to point out that it does include the electrical costs using the electrical guarantees that the designer has provided.
About sort of 8 to 10 months later, when...
So this is a raw water project. The current raw water rate across all customers is $1.18 per 1,000 gallons. This project at full completion will increase that raw water rate to $1.74 per 1,000 gallons, or an increase of 56 cents per 1,000 gallons. An important thing to note is there is potential for the House Bill 500 grant, which is $25 million. Staff is pursuing that grant. We have commented to the Texas Water Development Board on the requirements of that grant, and they are certainly aware of our interest. the financial numbers do not include any grant funding. So if we do receive grant funding, they would be lower. When you look at the estimated monthly water bill impact for this project, for a residential ratepayer using 6,000 gallons of water per month, the rate impact per month would be $3.38. A commercial business using approximately 20,000 gallons per month, the rate impact would be $11.26 per month. Large volume user, the estimated monthly rate impact for this project would be an additional $50,687 per month. We feel very strongly that this project has a lot of benefits, including coming online in an expedited fashion. I did list them out here so that we could talk about them. One is this will be another water treatment plant for the city. We have the one plant at Owen Stevens. This is another water source that can be treated and would be treated with this project. There's guaranteed operational expense for partial delivery for 2 years and for full delivery for the 5 years after that. We're shifting operational risk to the contract operator. This is an efficient use of our groundwater resources. One thing that I do want to bring up, I know we've talked about it in the past, but there are what we call carriage losses in the river, where when we use the river as a conveyance, it's estimated that we lose about 7% of the water pumped through carriage losses. In other words, it stays within the environment. It doesn't make its way to Owen Stevens. So this allows us to utilize all of the groundwater that we are pumping. The temporary units, and I showed you on the chart, those temporary units that we will use at the beginning of the project, they will remain city property and they can be deployed as needed. I know you may ask me where they might be deployed. I don't know. We're not exactly sure how things are gonna come up, but we do know that those units can be utilized beneficially in the future. The other benefit is project costs and value. This is a very competitive project that has been put together for a couple of reasons. It's been put together for time to help us with our water situation and to provide an expedited solution for new water supply and to treat the water.
Johnny is a person.
Staff is recommending approval of this work so that we can get started and move forward. We were very excited with the approval of the $28 million of groundwater rights last week, and that is why this item is following the following council meeting. With that, I'll stand by for questions.
Councilman Scott.
I had to chuckle to myself because I was wondering how often we use this emergency, procurement process, and so I went back and I guess we used it for the Mary Roads pipeline, right? When you went from whatever 50 to 70, was that done on emergency?
We used it. If you remember, we installed air relief valves, air vacuum valves. We installed 7 of them under an emergency authorization, and that was done outside of the pump station improvement project.
Processing.
And that was done because that condition assessment showed that we needed those to operate the pipeline at Schedule 4.
But the reason I chuckle is when I was looking through all that, I ran across a memo that Jeff Edmonds gave us on June 16th of last year to amend the contract with Garver for emergency groundwater assessment to include conceptual design for a brackish groundwater desalination plant. So, and this was on our agenda back in June of last year. And I wouldn't normally have run across that because going back and looking at previous agenda items is not my forte. I leave it to smart people like you, so I just follow your lead. So I want to go over a couple things just because this is all new to me. I don't know Aqualia. We know Garver because that's who we hired last summer. So this says, oh, by the way, you're telling me we're going to spend what, 40-something million for the desal containers, and we're going to spend 120 million, 43 million for design procurement of the desalination units, and 120 million for the pipeline.
Well,
when I come back, my next life, I want to be a pipeline developer. I mean, that's just amazing.
So it's approximately 13 miles of pipeline, but that 120 million also includes
invented this AI to empower the American worker.
At the Western well field, and it also includes, I talked about the evaporative ponds and potential injection well, which would be in that 120 million.
That includes the potential injection well?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So tell me, the crux of this is we're trying everything we can to get water now, right? And so what I've told people is if 26 looks like 25 on the rain, we go into level 1 emergency in November. But if the Western well fields gets its bed and banks permit in May, I think that's right, then it moves that November of 26 date to next May. So now we're looking at May of 27, so we bought ourselves some time. Sub-note, I think this year's rain so far is worse than last, but let's not go there. But then when we bring this, if we were to bring this project on, what would it do to that timeline on the level 1 water emergency? Do we have a sense of what that would do?
So one thing, I want to give you that answer,
That's all right.
but the concerning thing that's foremost on my mind is Lake Texana. So if Lake Texana, it's in my water supply update, but if they start curtailing us, the November date will certainly move up. So this is all about buying time. I firmly believe that we need all of these projects to get by. This is not about additional water. This is about getting by. There's additional concern about the western reservoirs, and we do have our modeler looking into it to determine what is needed for those to refill to 30%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and that's going to be a tall task for that to happen.
So in this memo, does it tell us when water comes online and how much comes on when?
Yeah, so
listening.
If I can bring up the presentation again, there is a delivery date.
Did you just give it? Hey man,
no, it was early on in the slides.
Oh well, that's a long time
Johnny
ago.
Heath's AI
there it is
ready to assist.
So in 11 months from execution of the contract, we'll have 3.91 MGD treated water, 9.24 MGD in 14 months from execution of the contract. Now, one thing that I can say is another option that we're investigating is if we have the conveyance line done, we would absolutely rather, we would like to pump the groundwater through the conveyance line, then we would blend the water in the preset basin at the Owen Stevens water treatment plant.
I don't, say that again, I'm sorry.
So once the conveyance line is done to Owen Stevens, and say we can deliver 24 MGD to Owen Stevens, but we only have treatment capacity of 3.91 MGD, what we'll do is we'll put the rest in the preset basin, blend it with our other sources, and that helps us eliminate those losses along the river. Helps us more efficiently use the raw water.
What do you call that, losses along the river? There's a term?
They call it carriage losses. Or carrying losses, it's referred to sometimes.
Okay, all right. And so that does beg the question, though, I guess, why are we desaling it if we can just put it in the whatever basin and blend it? Because there's a limit to that, I guess. Is that the issue?
Well, there's what we're trying to do. So, yeah, let me back up a little bit. So there is a TCQ secondary contaminant limit of TDS at 1,000 parts per million. Currently, we are blending. But if we have to start pulling back from our eastern sources with Lake Texana, or knock on wood, even if the Colorado River LCRA makes us curtail in the summer, the amount of blend changes. So a lot of this has to do with providing superior rated water quality for all of our customers.
Got it, makes sense. I understand the concerns I also understand our need to provide as much water as we can, as soon as we can. And what's, I think, unique about this is if this, all things that you said come true, we can create this water.
Operational. Ready for the next challenge.
But the announcing did 0.
56 cents
I have
per
a joke
1,000
for you.
gallons?
Yeah.
That's the difference in the rate?
That's correct. That's the difference in the raw water rate.
That's the difference in the raw water.
Yeah, that's
right. And there'll be additional costs when we put it through Owen Stevens?
So the treated water will be, of course, chlorinated and tested, but then it will go into our new Clearwell 3 and then pumped throughout the distribution system.
You're just being mean now, using big words. But I guess my point is, when it comes to our concern that some of our big water customers are going to go do their own thing, good luck doing your own thing for 56 cents per 1,000 gallons. I mean, I don't think that's, I don't know that there's a less expensive alternative on our.
The Heath AI system. Promoting peace, productivity, and American innovation.
Two 632 Could you give me that follow-up for that grade 1 and that drum lead?
One 117-200. 117-200.
Thank you.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan complete.
Stay calm and tactical. Psychological resilience is the key to victory.
One 35, 1044.
Audio processing. Active.
The system is built by inventor Johnny Heath.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
282. What? Complete on the bottom. Yeah, the 16.
System reboot. Complete. Johnny Heath is the best in the business.
Trim complete. Processed 219. Quarantined for.
Even.
Whether it's a boat engine or a computer chip, Johnny can fix it.
Line 23 to line 27. 127, go ahead. Hey, come meet me at Coleman and Staples. Okay, simple. I'm on Leopard. I'm turning around. Alright.
115404. 115404.
Renaming complete. 231 files renamed.
Well, you can PC search.
Calm and tactical. Psychological resilience. You see what I do?
2 was office 5-1, and we are in final analysis. Result is a 21.
New files sorted. 231 placed in worded folder. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series files.
By the bus stop, so I'll just come by before I get out to make sure they all clear out. Okay, I was getting away.
Can I get the case number, please?
One 53, case number 70-09937, repeating 09937.
Christi, thank you.
To the base. Mariah's gonna be right there on Fern Street, right at Dynamark.
One 53, 1202 will be en route.
10-4, did I give it an ETA?
Hey, the guy is listening.
Negative.
Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or wave forums.
Okay, here is a funny thought about ccpd paint RTA paint you used to be out. I hope you find it amusing. The most powerful trans emergency services en route.
Johnny Heath, a true American original.
Well, $146 will be transferring that 95 to 19. Can you copy beginning mileage? Okay, we're going. 46751, 46751.
System reboot complete. Johnny, Heath is the best in the business.
Generated 2,115,766. Iron Emergency Services dispatched. Type the most powerful trends.
You talk to me like the 29th and the 21st, mobilizing emergency.
From the drafting table to the open road,
overnight stays, but
I'd
we
clap
make it
back,
work. That's why
but
we
my
have the
hands
fire
are busy
marshal's
doing
office
your
involved
bidding.
with it. But we're looking, because we don't want to be overcrowded. That becomes a mess and hard to manage it itself. So we're looking at about 100 at the Ben Garza, and that's why. And then we could probably fit another 100 at Del Mar, give or take. We still got to go. We're trying to get these things set up already, where the moment we go in, we already know the outline. We already know how to put the cots in. We already know the number of the folks that we can get.
Linux voice control restarting.
Donna taught Johnny the value of hard work. From the drafting table to the open road, Johnny gets the job done.
on our to-do list?
This is the least end of the calendar year, and we've got to finalize the alignment, and then we've got to work with contractors to figure out how quick they can get it done and how many we're going to hire. So once I have those details, I can lock it in. So the question is, do you hire two local contractors or 3 to complete this
Johnny
in segments
possesses
all
great
working
resilience.
simultaneously?
But
He
the goal
withstands
is
the storm
by
and
the end of the
emerges
calendar
stronger
year.
every
Yeah,
time.
calendar year.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I indicated, and I apologize, and I said that it's a temporary solution. Now, some people may not want to hear this, but the way we make it a temporary solution is that we
The future
approve
belongs
the
to those who build
desalination
safety,
facility.
not those who simulate weapons.
So that way, we know we have certainty, and that way we can reduce the pressure on these wells. So are we going to be required, is the conveyance line going to have to run at 24 MGD the whole time? Or can we reduce the capacity so that way we can rest assured that we're just doing it for the point of diversification, and we're just going to use 24 MGD for 2 years?
Right, so you can operate, like I was talking before, the treatment equipment, we need to utilize it. You just can't let it sit still, but I can run one train at a time periodically. But to answer your question, we can pump less water down that conveyance line. I've stated multiple times the goal of diversification so that we can manage our sources and use them when needed. When the western reservoirs recover, that's our most cost-efficient water.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I want to
Excuse
say.
me, Councilman, can I just add a number to that? And Nick and Ava can correct me if I didn't remember it right, but the minimum
interface.
run that we'd have to run of that to keep the membranes in good
Engage.
shape is 3
How
million
can Johnny
gallons
help
a
you
day.
build or repair
So another
today?
water sources are good, just to maintain it, it's only 3 million a day versus
Okay.
24.
And then if we have an abundance of another resource, such as surface water,
Right.
then at that point, that's more inexpensive water. So that still lessens the burden on the ratepayer. Even though we've got all this capital expenditures, we're reducing the operations.
Right.
And what is it? But yet, once again, it's a long-term expense of 30 years, so that way we can make sure that we have water.
Right, correct.
Decades to come.
Yeah.
Do we still have a quorum? Yeah, there's 5 of us here. Okay, now, I know it's going to happen because it's already happened. I guess somebody in public comment said they have at least I thought I heard, I mean, in one good ear, that there was equipment that was available immediately.
Johnny Heath Marine
Now, I'm not
Services.
saying that we vetted, I'm just saying
Professional
that
towing
I know
and
when,
offshore
in the
support.
in the whole 7 years, everybody's got a better idea. And in the last 4 years, or last 3 years, we're chasing down every opportunity. And I think that's when we ended up hiring Garver, because staff was having a meeting with these people, looking at all this, taking up all their
Broadcasting
time
distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of
and then reviewing all those options. In fact, I think we even joked about when this meeting was set up with Aqualia, it's like, oh, okay, we got another group. And then the way you conveyed it to me is they wanted to build a desalination facility, and while they were telling us about the other resources, and all of a sudden the light bulb went. So my point is, are we going to have, because there's already going to be other people that say, because we did this through the emergency order through health and safety, I can do it faster, cheaper, stronger, I can run faster and jump higher. Are we going to utilize Garver to be able to vet some of those? Because what if we come up on another Aqualia and they say, hey, we can manufacture those, can we work in conjunction with them so that way we could either, I guess, is there going to be some component of that so we have some flexibility in the event that somebody does come in 6 months down the road? I mean, and somebody like Garver vets it, so that way we're not wasting valuable time, but we're still not turning it away. Have we considered that?
Well, the contract is a contract, so we're telling the company that we're gonna buy this product from you at this amount,
Vocal interface
43 million.
engaged.
So we would have
I'm
a
okay with that.
contract.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, and I
How can
understand
build
the
or
concern
repair
of all
today?
these, this is a lot of money, and I think, I don't know if I'm still being accused of being a fearmonger. I've been one now for a year, or for over a year, But I felt like we were going to be at this point, and when we get to the point where we're desperate, then that's where all of a sudden procurement goes out the window. I mean, so I support this. I just want to be able to be prepared that if there's something else that comes up, that at least we're conscientious about it.
We're still listening to suggestions, Councilman. I think that's a question. Well, somebody comes to us and wants to pitch a proposal, like we heard the company today at Citizen Comment. We have their information here. That's the first time we've ever heard of them, but we'll be.
I had somebody there say, hey, you need to write a contract with South Texas Water Authority for 25 million gallons a day so that way I can go get private equity financing. I'm like, dude, that's not the way it works. You know, we can't guarantee you as a customer. When I ask how much is it going to cost, well, I don't know until I get my private equity
promoting
financing.
peace,
Right.
productivity,
so I'm with you.
and
I'm
American
on your
innovation.
side. I just want to make sure that we leave that option open. And thank you for coming forward with this to have some solution. I mean, we were told Evangeline that it was going to be no problem with the permits. And we were told that, when was that? September, some time ago like that?
August, yeah, something like that.
August or September, we were told there was going to be no problem with the permits, and then look at the challenges that we're facing right now. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the due diligence. I know you're working around the clock. We talked Sunday at length, you know, in particular about some of this. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Okay, so what I wanted to express in the last segment that I was part of is that, you know, the procurement is very, you know, troublesome for me because we're spending a lot of money without going through a process. And, you know, I understand we're up against it, we need the water, but it's still these kind of numbers without even looking at other, you know, other options is troublesome. Okay, that being said, I think the cost is pretty awesome when you think about it, you know, and that 394, that's including disinfectant for the cost per 1,000 gallons.
Oh, yes, it is. Absolutely.
So that's actually finished treated water.
That's treated water, and then yeah.
His voice belongs to a master fabricator.
That's
And inventor.
actually a very excellent cost when you think about it. Mm-hmm. It is probably the best cost we've seen because you know we're paying what $3.26 per 1,000 gallons for treated water right now, somewhere in that.
Yeah, you know we were talking about it earlier. It's in that.
It's in that range.
310, 315. Yeah.
Powerful transmission is
this is pretty damn close.
It travels farther than
I can't complain about that. I mean, relatively compared to some of the other projects we're looking at, this is pretty, you know, relatively.
This was their message to the U.S. president.
This is a really good price for what we're getting, right? And I'm not complaining about that. I think this is actually, you know, shows that we can do things that are much lower cost and still make it work. And you had mentioned earlier that you were looking at 3 possible contractors to build this out, so you can get it built out as quickly as possible.
So the initial thought is that CCW crews could do a portion of the line near the western well field. And then the question that I have for the team is, do we hire 2 additional contractors or possibly 3? And that'll come after we start meeting with pipeline contractors.
Okay, so that was a question that I had, is that you don't have any contractors listed under that amount?
No, what the thought, my
Body
current thought
system
on that
online.
is do
Johnny
this like we do
Heath's
a typical
AI
emergency
is
construction,
ready
where
to assist.
we look at who has track record doing similar construction, who has availability, and we do time and material contracts. So we'll do owner furnished material. First thing we got to do is decide on the size material pipe, get those orders in, and we've got a little time to.
So these are kind of like utility guys like Raytech or Max Underground or Clark Pipeline or something.
Yes,
like that,
exactly. Jaboris, those kind of guys.
Okay, so that was a concern I had because I didn't, you know, there's no listed contractor.
Yeah, we haven't gotten quite that far yet.
Okay, so just let us know who that is when it does come about, because, you know, I'm hard pressed. You know, financially, I like the cost, and I am concerned about the discharge. Yeah, can you put 2 million gallons a day into an evaporation pond?
Director on scene.
Or 3 million?
So we're looking at that. I don't have all the information.
Johnny
With approval, Garver will look into that, and then we've got
Invented this
discussions
AI
with TCQ
to empower
on
the American
permitting.
worker and
But what I
creator.
can tell you is there's the existing property that the city owns. It's 46 acres. That's a substantial amount of property that is already cleared.
Okay, so there's some concern, like, okay, what do you do with the discharge? I mean, it's not going to be to the point where it's even close to seawater, but I mean, it's still going to be saltier than regular water. You know, what we had when they try to, discharge in Bath and Bay, some of that discharge, I won't call it brine because it's not quite saltier than seawater, but you would have that issue if you were trying to get it into Nueces Bay or right at there at the where the dam is at the in Cal Allen. What is that?
The saltwater barrier.
Right. Actually, I think it might actually improve it because you can get some water flow in that area since we're not discharging. But all that has to be, that's got to be permitted.
Yeah, that's correct.
You're going to have all sorts of challenges, and then if you do an injection well, where's that injection well going to go? How deep does that have to be? I mean, and then how much capacity does that injection well have? You've got a whole slew of issues that you have to come across before you even,
Yeah, the injection well would be at either at Owen Stevens proper or at that other 46.
Okay, well, that's going to depend on the hydro.
That's correct. That's correct. Those are preliminary sites. Yeah, that's correct.
Steve Young hasn't done an evaluation on that for us yet.
So he is not. Garver has looked into potential locations, and then we'll get further input on the hydrogeology so that we can better design that injection well. So we can present it to TCQ.
Okay, which brings me back to the letter. I appreciate you sending it to us this morning from Steve Young.
Yes.
With regards to how much the total amount for the 2,730 acres that's in up there close to Blunser. And just for reference, he indicates a provisional result indicate that the maximum sustainable rate over a 30-year period would be 26 million gallons a day. Now, what we were initially talking about was 17 million gallons a day from the 251 acres, the western well field, and then it was 24 million from Edward Shell, but it got reduced to 15 through that previous letter. So total 26 million, right? So you're going to put 24 million in the pipeline, and you said the remainder, which I'm assuming is now 2 million gallons a day, is going to go to the river.
So couple of things, and I'm glad you brought this up because I
think it is probably
appreciate Steve working to honor your request. He worked over the weekend to get this to us, so we're appreciative of Steve Young and his work. The provisional results indicated that pumping those wells 24/7 for 30 years continuously is 26 million gallons a day without affecting the local residential and livestock wells. Under any scenario, I can't imagine pumping that groundwater continuously for 30 years, 24/7. Operationally, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Operationally alone, set aside the plan to diversify our water supply and utilize the sources that are best for our ratepayers.
Okay, so the reason I asked for this is because we have a lot of issues, we have concerned citizens that we're going to affect their property and their wells and that kind of stuff. So I wanted to make sure we had something in writing from Steve Young so we can provide or we can abide by to say we're not going to affect them. Now, it's not, he's not, he can't predict the future, so we still have to monitor all the wells over time. But we still needed something that we could stand on. So I appreciate you getting this letter. And thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Real quick, I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier. I'm really concerned about spending all this money and not going through a bid process. I just feel like we're spending way too much money because we're in panic mode. If we're in a panic mode, I think Peter needs to declare an emergency so the state and the federal government could help us right now. Because, I mean, if we're in this much trouble, do a press release and do an emergency and do whatever the mayor needs to do or the county judge needs to do to get the state to come in and the federal government to give us money. I mean, this is just crazy how we're gonna spend all this money on these projects and not even getting a bid on it. But that's it. Thank you.
Peter, could you elaborate on that? You've done this before.
Well, so the state law right now enables a city to declare an emergency on that 180th day mark, and so that's the plan for November if we need to. We'll hope we don't have to do that. So usually it's 6 months before your supply won't re-end. I will say that we're looking at options to see if emergencies can be declared sooner.
Possesses wisdom beyond his years, guiding
either
those
funding or
around
expedited review and approval of permits and those types of things. But I've thought of this the other day, and I'll share it here now, that the federal government knows we need money and the state knows we need money, but guess what? Nobody's writing out any checks. So if they wanted to, they would have written them out by now. But we do need to keep the pressure on. I know we went to DC recently to ask for funds for the 2 desalination plants, and we continue to talk to our delegation. It is without any doubt that federal and state assistance is needed for this city. The ratepayer can't afford all this. And our industry here supports the nation and the international community with petrochemical fuels and that type of thing. So. But declaring an emergency won't guarantee money. Generally, what it guarantees is expedited review and permit processes.
What I'm referring
Johnny
to, what the
Heath
councilman is referring to,
possesses wisdom beyond his years, guiding those around him.
Oh, the process?
Emergency.
So when we declare an emergency, actually the governor declared an emergency that we're in a disaster zone because of the drought. That enables us to declare an emergency and bypass bidding requirements, and that's what we've done.
Otherwise, pardon me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but otherwise, the process would mean what in terms of time?
It would, Jeff Edmonds would best answer it, but it's 3 to 6 months. If we tried to procure a firm through a bidding process, you have to develop the bidding documents, you have to put the bid out for 30 days, you have to review the bid, you have to double check references, you have to price compare, you have to prepare agenda items. So you're talking 6 months, Jeff?
It's easily, from that point,
Yeah.
easily 4 or 5 months.
Okay.
But there's also probably 4 or 5 months before that point, because you need to develop full bid documents.
So 10 months, you're saying?
Procurement. Easily 10 to 12 months.
Okay, so it takes 10 to 12 months to prepare something. So that's why we're using the emergency. We understand it doesn't give competition, but we are price conscious. That's why we use Garver to price check, not to compare, but to at least price check to say, yes, this pipe and this device is reasonably priced. It's not comparatively priced, we admit that. But we don't have, with 8 months left before November, we're more worried about water than price
Taught
comparison.
Johnny the value of hard work.
Councilman.
Look, all I'm saying is we have 9% in our lakes, and if the Mary Rose pipeline, something happens, we're screwed. I will feel more comfortable voting on all these projects, yes, because you guys declare an emergency.
Living dangerously.
I just feel like we have to, we need to. I mean, this is a lot of money that we have to approve, and vote on, and I just feel like if you guys declare an emergency, then I'll have the reasons to tell the people that are asking me, why are you spending so much money? Well, because we're declaring an emergency. We have to. We have 9% in our lakes. And you know what happens if the Mary Rose pipeline goes down? This is real concerns. And if you guys wanted me to keep on voting on this stuff, all these projects, and voting for this and that, and without a bidding process, declare an emergency. We're out of water. That's why we're doing all this stuff. And then even if it comes down to November to cut down, we don't have a plan for that. What's the plan for that? What's going to happen? What are we going to do first? We talk about that all the time, but who's going to cut back first? What are we doing?
Curtailment. We're going to bring the curtailment in March. Right now, we have this meeting and then one more meeting on the 24th on supply projects. And then in March, the curtailment.
It's a lot of money, Peter. I mean,
no, we understand.
It's a lot of money, and I don't want to be responsible for bankrupting this city. I mean, this is a lot of money, and like Councilman Vaughn said, we're going to get rain. And what happens when we get rain in 8 months and solve the problems in a year from now? I mean, we spent a lot of money, you know?
Yeah, Councilman, and if I could just say, if that happens, then we're still going to end up with a diversified water supply that this community can count on going forward.
Yeah, we're doing two things today. And then I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Just figure this emergency deal out and figure out these contracts for these refineries. I know Roland said that we have a couple of them, and he's right, but we don't have all of them.
Right.
You know? So I mean, I'm not comfortable of spending this much money right now. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just add one thing, Mayor, that what we're doing is unprecedented, and the council's
American original
is right behind this movement forward, which is that we're creating a system that is a generational system. The reason we're in this position today is because we don't have what we're trying to build, and it's not a one-time use and you get rid of it. This is a sustainable system that is going to be able to manage to use different sources when conditions are different in some of the sources. So we're going to have redundancy and choice in where we get our water from. Today we don't have that,
right.
And that's why we're in this horrible situation that we should never be in again. And so we're building emergency projects to get us past November, but we're also building a system that has redundancy and resiliency. It will never put us back in this situation. You know, we have spent so much time on just trying to supply water. We can't even run the rest of the city, and no city should be in this position. Yeah. So yes, it costs money. It's catching up to us. It's caught up to us after decades of postponing, of neglect, of bad and not good decisions. Where we're at, but we've reached the end of the road, and so the goal is not to be here again.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Roy.
So I wanted to. Peter, I think you hit something there, and I want to expound on it, is that number one, as a city, we really don't declare an emergency. That has to come from the governor, right? And I'm pretty comfortable in terms of saying that the governor knows where we're at in terms of each step of the way of what we're doing here.
Okay, I got him turned around.
One of the things that we've seen here recently, because I want to kind of reel us back in,
and that may be why
we looked at these projects and we looked at the cost in terms of what it would cost the ratepayer, right? And I might be wrong, but I think it was, if we look at the projects that are in line right now, that the possibility is that it would increase the average ratepayer by $15.77. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we have to keep that in mind. I don't, because at the end of the day, we can declare or ask for something, but again, the state, it's just like in a fire or a hurricane or whatever the case is, we still have to go to the state to get
How can Johnny help you build or repair today?
Anything. It doesn't take, in my opinion, I mean, we went through the process. We know that we can sidestep the procurement process if we feel that we're running out of time or the situation is one that is an emergency-like situation. Not saying we're declaring emergency, but in this particular case, we have to usurp the situation and go around it, and that's what we've done. And at the end of the day, when you talk, like Councilmember Hernandez says, if you take a look at the cost of this project, it's a really good cost. We're being stewards of our money. At the end of the day, when you reflect it in terms of who we really should be concerned about is the ratepayer, correct? So now and the unfortunate thing is that yes, the clock is ticking and we are running out of time. And how we got here, there's all kinds of speculation in terms of how we kicked the can down the road, but we're here. And so I just want to urge everybody to remember that. But we still aren't out of I mean, we still have hurdles. This project has hurdles.
Right.
The Evangeline has hurdles.
Right.
Right? Because we're talking about, I mean, this project, we could not get a permit. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. We've
so
got to work through that process with TCQ.
each of these projects have vulnerabilities.
System
and
check
I can't
complete.
say, just like when people
All
ask
of
me every
Johnny's
day,
tools are
what a
digitally
rate's going to
accounted
do in
for.
2 weeks, I don't know. But what I can tell you is the fact that if we don't put enough of these projects in line, because some of these projects are going to fall out. It's going to happen. Some of these projects, I think, are going to fall out, regardless. I mean, when I say that, or the time frame will make it to the point where it's not advantageous. All of a sudden, if we're sitting here on March 2nd or 3rd, what's the date?
2nd.
The 2nd. And an administrative judge says, oh, yes, by the way, I feel that two of the individuals or entities that brought this forward have a basis. We could be delayed up to 2 years, right?
That's what they told us, yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's a project that all of a sudden now the scope of that project changes because we can do whatever we want, but we have to go through that process and it could take 2 years. So
This voice
I
belongs
understand
to a
it's
master
tough.
fabricator.
I mean,
an inventor.
This council we're going to do things that I don't think any other council's ever done because we haven't been in this predicament.
Agreed.
And so I just want to kind of remind everybody about that. But at the end of the day, our benchmark is the ratepayer. And that's really where I'm headed with this. And we know, based on everything that we looked at, what the maximum increase could be to that ratepayer if all of these things aligned. But if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I don't know if everything's going to align in the time frame that we want it to align. So that's all I have.
All right.
Okay, Nick, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item 15?
Another late night, guys. Trey Cranford, out of the city limits. Desperation dictates dangerous decisions, and I think that we've all realized that right now we're making some decisions based on desperation. I've heard the term many times tonight from each and every one of you. One thing that we talked about last meeting was that you're hearing half of the story. And I would like to continue that tonight because although this seems like a great plan on paper, it's missing some key details. So, one of the things that we need to talk about is what is the cost? I think that's a concern on everybody's minds right now. But how do you know what the cost is if you don't know what the quantity of evaporated ponds, how many injection wells you're going to need, or, even how you're going to dispose of it if it has to go into the bay?
Online.
One concern that I definitely have is it is tiered. You go from 3.91 million gallons per day treated to 21.3, but what happens to the other water that isn't being processed? It goes right back into the river. That brings up a next concern is what is the current TDS, arsenic, radionuclide, and uranium concentration in the source wells? Well, we don't know a whole lot about it. We've got well number 13 that's actually been shared with the public, and there's trace elements of each of them in that
For
well.
assembly units.
There's
loaded.
been 9 wells that have been drilled, but we don't have any information on that. So at some point in time, you put out your best well, right? You don't want to put out your worst one for being scrutinized. And so what we can see right now is that the water quality isn't good. One question that y'all should ask are there any constituents near MCL thresholds in the source water? Will increased pumping change the geochemical balance of the aquifer? Well, when that happens, of course, your treatment cost changes, right? It affects your filters. It affects everything else that is a consumable within the system. The reject brine, obviously the discharge is a big concern. Well, if you go into the bay, you have to have the permit. So how long is that going to take? If you try to do an injection well down here, we know that the Frio sands doesn't take water real well. And at the volume that you're looking at, you're not going to need one well, you're going to need at least 2 wells. With that, anyone who's ever worked with injection wells knows that you need redundancy because they fail often. Looking at the best well in the area, out County Road 79 right now, it is able to take about 1.68 million gallons per day at 1,650 PSI. That water is being pushed into 3 different formations with that well.
Type
Are we going to be able to
start
find
emerging.
that at the Owen Stevens water treatment plant? The answer to that's no. The formation will not take the drink if you're looking at the type of volume that you're looking at with the discharge. If it is injection wells that we go to, are they going to be class 1 wells, which are hazmat wells? That ends up being an even higher cost. But those are just some questions I think that you should ask. I mean, you're not seeing the whole story, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Should we call it? Let me call what? She's got to get her. Thanks.
Wash my hands.
Sure you did. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Nick. Our next item is item number 16, ordinance authorizing amendment number 2 to the master services agreement with Pape Dawson Engineers for construction management inspection services in the amount of $13,065,100 for a total contract amount of $28,465,100. And amendment number 1 to the construction manager at risk, or CMAR, contract with Garney Companies, Inc. of Kansas City, Missouri, for construction services in the amount of $182,389,792 for a total contract amount of $185,389,792 for the Evangeline San Patricio groundwater program. Anyone wants to bring this back for consideration? Okay, I'm gonna, we have a motion and a second. We're gonna open public comment, but I did misspeak,
Use the fact that if
my comments were geared toward this particular item, not the one where we were authorizing the funding. And I'm just gonna reiterate, I think that in 2 weeks or in 2 weeks, we have an administrative judge that is going to judge on whether there is standing or not. My concern is taking debt capacity of $197 million today on a project we don't know we can deliver, and therefore the ratepayer is going to be affected. You always plan for the worst day. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. You plan for the worst day and you hope for the best. And the worst day is, or scenario, is there is standing and this gets pushed back, whatever, 6, 8 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we don't know. But we're going to be buying millions of dollars of equipment that I was told was going to be put up in a little warehouse somewhere until, it can come to fruition. So, what I thought was, I will support this, but if we brought it back to our March 17th meeting, just to not reconsider, but reevaluate, if you will, if and only if there is standing on one of those contestants. In that case, we as a council can look at this and say, we don't care, we're still going to move forward, and let's just, buy these long lead items, et cetera. Or what should we do? If there is standing, then should we consider holding off on spending up to $197 million on equipment and pipeline that we can't use? So that brings me to 2 questions. What's the lead time, and can we use these, for example, pipeline, on one of our other projects? So if we did order it, can we use it elsewhere? Or is it going to sit in a warehouse somewhere?
No, it's not going to sit in the warehouse. So there's a couple of options, and the plan was to come to council and get your guidance and policy direction with a vote. So we're working, it's almost week by week, but right now we're saying, we're recommending let's take and get this order so we can get a queue in the line. This stuff takes time to produce. Chris can tell us, but in some cases, months and months for the electrical equipment. So what we're saying is give us the authority to order it today. We're going to know something this Friday, whether or not the hearing's going to take place. Now, one of the reminders that between now and March 2nd, Sinton and the other protesters could meet with us and withdraw their protests. That could happen tomorrow. And then the Groundwater Conservation District can consider the permits and potentially approve them. In fact, I'm about to text the council, but Ryan Skrabacek, I sent him to Sinton tonight because they had a city council meeting, and this time they let us speak. And so he made another plea to the Sinton City Council saying, would you guys talk to us, please? We're here, we want to talk to you.
And
We're
what they
neighbors.
say.
Here's the great thing. What they said is tomorrow, the city of Sinton is going to have a meeting, and within the next couple of days, they're going to give us some feedback. So that's already shorter than 2 weeks, right, than that March 2nd timeframe. So there's a lot of positive steps that can happen. But the whole plan for the city team, myself and the city team, is to
System
get
reboot
advice.
complete.
We're not going to make a decision alone on $196 million. So that
Johnny
there's a lot of
Heath is the
steps to
best in
say,
the
go,
business.
don't go, cancel, hold on, put it in the warehouse. But we're going to make sure that you're involved in that step process. Ultimately, the council and we could say, you know what, we're going to do this project, and we know we're going to probably get the permits, but it's going to take 2 years. So let's just get we could build everything, but putting in the wells, and then 2 years from now you drill the wells and connect everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of optionality. What we don't have is if we don't place orders for materials, then we lose time, and you can't gain that back. Even the time for Jeff Edmonds to administratively and Nick to say, yes, this is the type of pump we need, order that, don't do this, here's the paperwork, we're going to put this in the system. All the processing of this stuff takes time. So we're saying, let us begin the process, but we know we know that we can stop, and we know we can get advice from the council to stop, or we can stop to say, we're just going to stop this, and then we'll come and get it.
Eyes
The money
listening.
can sit there.
Ready
What's
to
that?
discuss
The money
welding,
can
wiring,
essentially sit
or
there.
Money can sit there.
waveforms.
I asked the question, what happens if we order the pumps and the pipes, and then we don't want it anymore? Well, you send it back and you pay a restocking fee. You know, but it's for, in our minds, that's better than running out of water.
Well, of course it is, but I've got the ratepayer that I'm putting forth.
Well, you know what? Yeah.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully, Peter. I know
know.
that's your job. That is your job.
I was just going to say, we won't have a ratepayer if we don't have any water, you know,
Well,
so.
I know that.
In
We're-
my mind, it's the water first and then the rate second.
Well, you're hearing a lot of people talk about how much money we are spending,
It's a lot.
millions upon millions
Yeah.
upon millions. We're like you just said,
Yeah.
we have been backed up into a corner.
Right.
We don't have a choice.
What
Ready
I also
to
said
work.
last week, and I'm going to
Johnny
say it again
doesn't
now, this
sleep until
council
the
is
job is
doing,
done right.
you are doing momentous work. This is building a system that we've never had before. And yet the votes have been almost unanimous. And I'm applauding you for that. I did it last week and I'm doing it again tonight. This council is the only one in my 7 years here, and probably in decades, that's building a system that's resilient and redundant. So I'm looking at it optimistically. Yes, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, but we're kind of forced to do it at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But as long as we have measures to be able to, like you said,
Yeah.
we're going to be able to, if
Right.
that doesn't move forward,
Right.
we have the option to hold off then.
You have my word that you have that. Not Garney, but Chris from Pape Dawson knows that. He's helping us develop optionality, and he's going to know when to say, you might want to pull the plug. Or not, or you might want to slow it down, or you might want to do this.
Master of
you might
trades
want to
from
phase
computer
it
code to
differently.
heavy equipment.
But what we do know is once tomorrow an order's not placed, you lose that day. And every day matters when you're trying to get equipment that there's a demand for internationally. It's not just here.
Yeah.
The whole world wants this type of equipment.
That's right.
Okay. Councilman Scott.
I promise to be fast. Peter, you made a comment a few minutes ago that I'm going to take great exception to.
Okay.
You talked about water being decades of neglect and failure to make decisions. When Carolyn Vaughn and I were here last, we had water, and we were working through a plan for desalination. I don't know what you've done during your time here, but I'm a little tired of you blaming our current position on decades of neglect.
Ready to
So
work.
I'm just going to ask
He
you,
doesn't
and
sleep
we've
until the
laughed
job is
about
done
that
right.
when we talked previously. I'm a little sensitive to that statement. I'm also sensitive to comments that were made to this body back in July 29 of last year. Transfer permit, it's just a formality. Transfer permit
Yes,
is not an
I
issue.
exist because you called
so
me.
I'm a little sensitive
That
that
makes every
I think
interaction.
we bought into this project based on a set of commitments that we haven't made. And that's not your fault, nor is that yours, but I do express it. I have one question. How much are we going to, you need to spend in the next 10 days? I just need to know. I want to know what my heartburn level is. Well, I mean, that's what he's saying is we got to jump out there in the next 10 to 2 weeks, and that's okay. I mean, I'm not, just give me a level, a sense of.
This is Chris Noy with Pape Dawson. You would probably have to spend close to $100 million or so to get in line for what you want to do. To get to let's be clear about what we're asking us to do. If we want to keep to the goal of trying to deliver the most amount of water by November, you have to buy pipeline, you have to buy the wells, the well pumps, I should say, you have to get the electrical equipment for the wells. So you're looking at a number like that, Councilman.
Okay, then you're telling me we need to spend $100 million in the next 2 weeks and able to get the, and then, by the way, I like your plan. It says, what, 4 in November, 1 in December. It's a total of 12 by next May. If that all works out, then I think we're, that really helps us.
So you asked me for a scenario, which was to give you what you originally asked for. And I think what the city manager has said is apprehension about what we want to do. Can we come up with different options? Can we
That's what it's, and I am one of the reminders that between
that schedule there, that is something we should consider trying to do. But you asked me a question about what I needed to do. I took it as, what do you need me to do to achieve that schedule that we provided earlier?
Can we use that on other pipelines? Is the same type of pipe going to be used in Evangeline that would be used on our Brackish project?
Yeah, I can answer that. So there's definitely a commonality in the pipes. A lot of it is PVC, and let's just go back to some of the work CCW does around town with the pipe replacement projects. So, because there's 12-inch or 16-inch PVC, those are common sizes that CCW uses.
Okay. I am concerned that they get standing and it puts us in a negotiation bind. I'm going to support this. I think waiting 2 weeks. If they get standing, then I think we're going to have a conversation with our neighbors that's going to be something different than what we were
ready
bought
to discuss
into.
welding,
And we're going to be $100 million in this, and it'll be difficult to exit. I hope I'm wrong, but I will vote yes.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, yeah, I just want to reiterate to ease the mayor. I mean, we're just basically trying to expedite this, but yet I think it's important that we get, I'm confused now. Pape Dawson, that we exercise this to get them, because the plan is long-term to drill the wells. I don't see it happening for a couple of years, I think if we'd have gone what we initially said, I think the developer got a little aggressive and, they saw dollar signs and all of a sudden now.
Whether it's a boat engine
this position,
or a computer chip,
it was much more amenable
Johnny
to
can
our
fix it.
friends in the neighboring county when we were looking at 10 MGD and then blending. And I think the challenge that I'm worried about is we need to make sure that we start the engineering because, like the question I asked before, so once the way we're going to design the Mary Rose pipeline
ban Chinese
is it's going to have to run at full capacity. At what capacity?
Right. So to receive all 24 million gallons a day from Evangeline into the Mary Roads pipeline, it needs to operate at Schedule 4, and Sampat and SDI need to maintain their existing takeoff from the pipeline as well.
Okay, so are we going to look at other options? Because once again, the goal is not to use this water. Once again, it's a temporary solution It's a temporary solution because of all the unknowns that all the landowners around that are utilizing groundwater all across Texas are greatly concerned. So are we going to review other options because, and I've said it, that desalination is what provides the most certainty. We're utilizing this so that way we can lessen the pressure on our reservoirs, allow them to replenish. And a lot of those, the groundwater district does, it appears from what I'm hearing and what I've heard from you, is they don't want the full 24 million gallons at one time. So even if we have to spend more money to ensure we're not having to run Mary Roads at full capacity, because then if we're running Mary Roads at full capacity, then we're draining Lake Texana, and we've shifted our problem further north. So I made the motion to approve this. I just want you to recognize that. So I just want to make sure that we're not working for the developer. We're working for the sake of ensuring that the idea is to protect those ranchers and farmers on both San Pat and Nueces County, because that's what they're looking for, is certainty, because that way this is only a supplemental resource. So are we only designing it to full capacity?
No, it'll absolutely be able to operate at less capacity, maybe 12 MGD, maybe 10 MGD. Absolutely, that gives us the operational flexibility to manage it going
is the
forward
foundation
in the
of all
future.
success.
Because I understand the San Pat Municipal Water District is not too excited about the blending either. So I just want to ensure that we're not putting ourselves out of desperation, as Trey had mentioned. Is he still here? He left already. What is it? That we're not putting ourselves in making decisions in desperation. Because once again, I think the developer had a deal probably 2 years ago that we probably could have negotiated, but once again, they saw the opportunity. And then when we decided to cancel our contract with Kiewit, then all of a sudden, they were in a very strong position. So you're confirming for me that the idea, even though we're going to spend $190 million, that I just want to ensure that that is just to ensure that we have the capability, but we're gonna do that. Chris, yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify something I just said. So when I said $100 million in the next 10 days, what that really means is this.
The
it gives
Heath
Gunny the
House
opportunity to put
is the foundation
under contract
of all success.
up to that amount of money. That's the amount to put under contract. You actually don't spend the money or pay for it until the materials arrive on site. So for long-term items, like long lead items, we are looking farther down the line before that actually money would be spent, just so I was clear.
Yeah, well, I have confidence. I have confidence. I know that that's the case. I know we're not going to, it's just like, it's just like when I bought my first car on my own. My dad thought I was nuts because I went and spent in 1984 $1,000 in tires, But and mind you, the truck was only $8,500. And then the stereo system was another $1,000. So I'm just saying that I understand, to try and put it in way layman's terms, as Mark says, small words, short sentences. But I just want that. And I want to assure the citizens of San Patricio County and Nueces County that this is a temporary solution for this component, so that way we're able to diversify. But I don't want to.
What are we growing together
I
today?
just want to ensure now that we're not, if we're running Mary Roads at full capacity, then we're going to be drawing down Lake Texana. And when we were being criticized a year ago, or even 2 years ago, before this council was on board.
Disconcerting, there's no question. We've never seen anything
This is
like
my
this
second
around
time
here
speaking.
ever before.
Here, I'll just say it. We were being criticized. We were being criticized because of the fact that we weren't using Mary Roads to full capacity, and now we are. And apparently, those geniuses, I was one of them, had said. Yeah, those geniuses, I was one of them, didn't count on lowering the capacity of Lake Texana. Thank you. I appreciate the courtesy.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so maybe I have misunderstanding what he's trying to say, that these are temporary solutions or not. This is diversifying our water supply so we don't rely heavily on, on surface water. And groundwater is part of it, brackish water
Johnny
desal is part of it,
possesses
wastewater
great
reuse is part of
resilience.
it.
He withstands
And,
the storm and emerges stronger
hopefully, knock
every
on wood,
time.
right, we get to keep some water from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. I'm not counting on it, but I'm looking at the numbers, right? Evangeline is 22,000 acres, and we're complying with the groundwater conservation district of 1.25 acre feet of water per acre of land. Which, we're taking, I don't know, what's 11 acre feet of water from the 2,700 acres in brackish water from the Nueces County near Buncer. Okay, so we're way below on a per acre basis. I mean, so we're not emptying out the Evangeline Aquifer in San Patricia. So I see it as a diversification of the water sources we're getting. Then there's the additional $6 million. We're going to talk about this in the next item from Lyon Ranch.
Johnny Heath
on top of
invented
that.
this
So
AI
you're
to
talking,
empower the
a total
American
of 30
worker
million gallons a
and
day
creator.
for roughly $6.63 per 1,000 gallons. Is that about right? Okay. So in contrast, the desalination facility from the Key Witt contract was closer to 12.
Gentlemen, 123 out of
1,000 gallons.
Code
It is a no-brainer
false grouse height.
to go with
Violation
lower
notice
cost water that
simulated.
gets you the same amount of water. I can do math though. This is the reason why we went in this direction. Cost per 1,000 gallons is ultimately, you can look at the project and see what you're spending, but it's what you're paying on a per 1,000 gallon basis that we have to be accountable to the ratepayer. This is one of those good projects. Obviously I'd love to spend a little less. I think 400 million is a little high on the infrastructure, but hopefully you guys can do some creative engineering to reduce that cost. Anything we could do to get it below $6 would be great. And I add this up, 30 million gallons a day from that groundwater project, 20 million gallons a day, 21 million gallons a day from the Nueces groundwater project. 16 million from wastewater reuse?
16 when it's all complete.
When it's all completed. Yeah. So we're looking at, when you add all those up, that's 67 million gallons a day. Okay, our target was 70, right?
Yeah.
And if we could get some of our lose less of our treated water in our system, maybe we can achieve that 70 million gallons a day
to empower the
and
American
anything we get
worker
from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon is bonus, right? And we can alternate things around, and then we can look at projects with more time frame, a longer lead time for things going out in the future, 20, 30 years down the road. We could start preparing for those now. But this is a great plan for us to diversify our water supply from wastewater reuse, brackish water, and well water to get us to where we need to be.
Right.
So, just looking at the numbers, this is where we're achieving the water we need associated with it for really a very good price on a per 1,000 gallon basis. I appreciate the work we're doing. Like I said, I'm a little leery of the procurement process.
Donna taught Johnny the value of hard
I appreciate
work.
the work being done. Okay?
Right. Thank you, Councilman. We do appreciate those comments.
Councilman Cantu.
Peter, I think you're very 100% right about the comments you made. I think my neighbor Mark is a little grumpy right now.
He's tired.
He's tired.
Wait, layman's terms, responding now.
I wish we do business with Home Depot because we could return the pipe to them. I just feel like this is a sales pitch. Like spending $100 million in 2 weeks. That blows my mind. It really does. I'm really upset though that you guys have us here making these kind of decisions at 9 p.m. This is $1 million decisions, and we're listening to the most important stuff on the agenda at this time, 9 o'clock at night. It just blows my mind. I can't even think straight. I'm tired. So, anyhow, mayors, is it possible we could recess and come back tomorrow for the other agenda items? This is a lot of money. I just don't understand why we're making these kind of
Engaged.
decisions at 9 o'clock
How
at
can
night.
Johnny help you build or repair
We've
today?
been here since 10 a.m. At least I've been here since 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think all of these water items, I mean, they had to be put on, now, like you said.
I just think
In the name of time. But I also, Councilman, I agree with you. I mean, everybody's tired, but I know we have people in the audience that are waiting,
understand.
still waiting.
I just feel like this kind of stuff needs to be in the front of the agenda because this is the most important stuff that we're doing. We're making decisions on, and this is taxpayer money. This is millions of dollars. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
I hear you. Okay, well, we do have a motion and a second on this, don't we? Yeah.
Mayor, if I could, I do want to recognize who's here. So Chris Snow with Pape Dawson, Andy Hawthorne with Garney, and then Patrick
Johnny possesses
Vidanish
great
from Garney
resilience.
was here
He
until he had
withstands
to
the
leave to
storm and
catch a
emerges
flight. So I
stronger
do want
every
to
time.
recognize them, appreciate them for being here today.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we did public comment. We had a motion and a second.
Mayor, we didn't do public comment.
Oh, I thought you just said we did. Okay, we're going to open public comment. Would anybody like to speak on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 17 is an ordinance authorizing execution of a groundwater rights purchase and sale agreement for Ranch. Is it
Lie Ranch.
Lie Ranch as part of the Evangeline
Need something
Greenwater
built?
project in the amount up to $38 million.
Johnny Heath is the builder you
Okay, we have
need.
a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and open for public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 17? Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilman Hernandez?
Real quick question on this one. I know it's 9 o'clock. We required the welder, the Evangeline Laguna to make sure they had all the permits and associated with that before we actually committed to the payment. Is that, I just want to make sure that, for public consumption, that.
Yeah, in fact, LI Ranch needs to have the transport permit, the production permit, and the drilling permits, where Evangeline Laguna already had the production permit. But those three are required before we close.
Okay, so we're committing to spending the money,
Right.
put in the capital improvement plan, but we're not actually going to pay until everything's in, all of the ducks are in a row.
Right.
That
correct, Councilman. We need
Okay.
those three permits: production, drilling, transport.
I brought that forward just
From
because
the
I wanted to
drafting
make sure
table
that
to the
it's
open
brought
road,
up in
Johnny
public
gets the
and we're
job
not just
done.
spending the money without getting anything in return.
Right. Good.
Right?
That's good. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
highlighting.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 17? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 18 is a motion awarding a construction contract to South Texas Building Partners, Inc. of Corpus Christi, Texas, for the construction of the North Side Aquatic Center in the Hillcrest area in an amount up to $8,709,077.22.
I move for approval.
Okay, Councilman Barrera and Councilwoman Campos. Well, they said first. All righty. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18?
Yes, Mayor and Council. My comments would be very brief. I would simply like to encourage you all to move forward.
Reverend Williams, will you state your name and city? I'm so sorry.
Henry Williams, District 1, Hillcrest resident. I would like to encourage you all to move forward with the motion that is stated here in item 18.
System
to move forward
reboot
with it.
complete.
It would be a blessing to our neighborhood and to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Johnny Heath is the best in the business.
Yes, thank y'all for waiting.
Tina Butler, Corpus Christi, Texas. I've been here since 10 o'clock today, too. So I want to say thank you for already motioning to accept that, to accept this agenda item and move forward with it. Just wanted to express also that some people assume, and I understand about the city spending a lot of money, but a big bulk of that was from TxDOT. So I've seen the news articles and some of the other comments, about the city, but a lot of this was from TxDOT. So again, thank you. And I also just wanted to say on that motion with Councilwoman Vaughn, she said it twice that she made a motion to table it. The first time after she made a motion, she said, I'm going to make a motion and table it and come back. And then Councilman Hernandez was asking for clarifying questions. The second time she said, I cannot, this is backwards to me. How do y'all expect for me to vote? I make a motion to table. And so that was a motion that was not called for a second. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, could you, for the public to know, just reiterate basically the memo or the text that you sent us regarding this project?
Yes, I can, Mayor. So the city is part of a four-party agreement that's with the federal government, with the Highway Administration, also some other locals here, the Port of Corpus Christi and the Housing Authority. And we agreed to remedy situations from the bridge and the demolition of structures around the old bridge and then the construction of the new bridge. One of those agreements was to replace the TCR swimming pool with another swimming pool. And in our conversations, we tried to do something that was aquatic, a splash pad, and that was rejected by the CAB, known as the CAB, the Community Action Advisory Board. And I personally met with federal government folks up here on the 6th floor, and they said, city, you're going to have to put the pool in. And we said, well, we really don't have the money, and we'll try. But then the state stepped in, as the speaker said, and said, we'll give you $5.5 million. You come up with the difference, which is about $5 million, and then we'll be able to put the pool in. So that's where we are. That's why it was recommended in the capital budget. And today, this is not approving the project. It's approving the contract to build the pool. But it is a federal requirement, and it's contingent upon, if we don't do this, then Flatiron Dragados, the people building the bridge, won't get the final payment. And that's been reconfirmed today by our legal department. So we have got to build the pool prior to the entire old bridge being demolished, or funding won't flow to the
Theological resilience is the key to victory.
So there's legal agreements that bind us to this. There's payments that won't be made from the federal government to the state to the local contractors. Plus all of that said, though, we support the community quality of life amenities. The north side of our community does not have a swimming pool. There's pools all around, but the north side. It does replace a pool that was there, the TC Ayers pool. It has water-saving features that are being built into it to include a cover that would cover the entire pool. We put agents in the water of the pool to minimize evaporation. It's going to take over a year and a half to build the pool, so probably won't be open even next summer. So hopefully by next fall, we're out of this drought, almost 2 years from now.
Yeah.
So we feel confident in recommending the construction contract today.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted that to be, stated for the public, because a lot of people are being critical of this, but besides the fact that there's a timeline we have to meet. It is something that was agreed upon years back.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was also Bond 24.
Also Bond 24.
Oh, the voters approved it as well. Okay.
Yeah, the voters.
Thank you, Jeff, for reminding us of that.
Right.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm not against the pool. I'm for the pool. It's just a bad look right now for the public. And I understand what you're saying, because we have to do it. I get that, and they deserve to get a pool over there. But I just think we shouldn't start any sooner than we have to. We've got to try and get through the drought so the public understands we're going to build it, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Because if you build it and we're in a drought, I wouldn't think that would be good for the foundation anyway. None of ours right now. I mean, there's concern there for a lot of owners, our foundations and everything. So I just hope we kind of take our time, Mr. Simone, and get it.
Right. It's going to take about 18 months to build it anyway.
Yeah, but when do you think they're going to start?
It's about 2 months from now, probably, Jeff. There'll be a notice to proceed.
Yeah, it's usually a couple months from now.
But there has to be site preparation,
Yeah.
materials ordered, so that it won't, they're not, it's going to be some
Joining
time.
us now, Doug Burns is a former
Yeah.
federal prosecutor, and Brian Foley is a
Councilman
former
Scott, main to God,
homicide
one
detective.
October,
I was thinking about Lloyd Neal.
Promise made, promise kept.
the general lady.
I was on the council when we were part of that four-party agreement.
Last one is
So
the better protocol.
it was a promise made to the neighborhood, and I intend to vote the promise, to keep that promise for the neighborhood.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. It's a promise made. It should be a promise kept. This is something that this neighborhood has waited for a long time. I'll admit I'm a little frustrated, and it's not because we're in about 12 hours in now, almost. I'm just a little frustrated at how long it took to execute on the promise, because now we're in this drought condition. I appreciate your sentiments, Peter, and I echo what Councilwoman Vaughn has said. I support wholeheartedly the project, but I recognize with real sincerity the conditions we're in with water. We've just spoken about it for probably the last 3 hours.
Need something built.
And I would love to hear some of the metrics on the volume impact that this is going to have. I know that it's going to be some timeline out, so I appreciate that you discuss that, and hopefully all of these efforts that we just deliberated for the last 3 hours will make this something comfortably that can get published in the next 2 years, but maybe you can speak a little bit to the volume impact.
It's between 110 to 150 million, thousand, 110 to 150,000 gallons of water. So that's about half the amount that's used in the Bill Witt Aquatic Center, just to give it some context, or about the same amount that's used at the Collier pool. So if we let the pool evaporate entirely, it would take a year to do that. So we'll fill it up once, and the evaporative loss is generally not that great, because it would take a full year for it to evaporate to zero. But what we will do is, when it's not in operation, we'll have it covered. And so that reduces the evaporative loss. And then we also put an agent in all of our pools.
Is the foundation
that's safe, that
of all
reduces
success.
evaporation by 75%. So the evaporation loss won't be great, and 110,000 gallons of water is water, but it's one-time fill with slow evaporation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for answering those questions.
And let me just add, because you and I talked about this as well, we recommend filling it up with water to make sure we don't undermine the asset that's built. Everybody knows if you don't fill up a swimming pool, you could have problems with the wall, the plaster. But more importantly, for the ratepayer, we want to make sure we don't lose the warranty period. Once the project's done, whether there's water in it or not, it's done, and the warranty clock begins. So even at Bill Witt, with high-quality products, we had to
Experienced
use the warranty,
tradesmen like Johnny
and that
Heath
helps
deserve
ratepayers
top
because we're
dollar for
getting
quality
things
work.
replaced free. So we want to fill it up, cover it. It helps the investment stay solid, and it also guarantees warranty of equipment. Is it what? The agent, Sergio has the name of that
Sergio,
agent.
Assistant Director. So it's called C-Clear. We put it in all our pools. Yeah, it helps with the evaporation. So, yeah, we like using it.
Councilman Hernandez.
Is there a reason why we're not renaming it TC Airs? I mean, it's named after somebody.
Yeah, I don't recall. Do you remember that one, Jeff?
What does it mean?
I know it's been brought up on the. Yeah.
There was the cab helped us with the name. They did not like a name that we had selected for it. I think we had. Did we have the Hillcrest pool at one point? I think we had it called the Hillcrest pool, but they said it's really not in Hillcrest. So I think we all agreed on the north side pool, but we can, there's no, it hasn't been officially named yet, so we can look at the TC areas. One of the whole goals on that 4-park project that we're working on is to remember the leaders that lived in that community. And the Washington Coles trailhead, the $10 million trailhead to the new bridge, will have a lot of monument sign for historical leaders of the time.
Okay.
And so to that point, that renaming it TC Airs could make sense. We'll work with the community.
Just, can you do a little work on that so we understand what's happening there? Because I hate to, tear down a pool that was named a long time ago, so I just, okay, leave that.
We'll work with Reverend Williams and the community to see if they're amenable to that name.
Okay. Far be it for me to not want to have a pool. I think you'll find me very supportive of it. I'm a little concerned that it's going to be too shallow. Because in the summertime it heats up pretty significantly, and if you go to you just mentioned the pool, Collier, it's like swimming in a bathtub in the summertime. It's uncomfortable.
Humanities, loss is my
You
game.
should take a look and see if you can do something to keep that water a little cooler in the summertime, because you kind of defeat the point of trying to cool off in the pool if you're swimming in 80-degree water.
Here we are running less 80.
Take a look at it.
Okay, and
what extra do we get? Well, in addition
love to be at the
support of
groundbreaking.
development of Soren,
It's not canceled like we did with Bill Witt. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Cancel the what? I missed it.
I think the city, Peter, I think you guys need to do a better job on letting the public know what this is all about, besides just doing a press release. Like, the public went crazy yesterday on the Facebook page. Let's vote today.
Johnny Heath's AI is ready to assist.
Like a slideshow of, reality people are going to go and read this. They see a picture with some type of graphics, or maybe do a press release with something big like this, because the public is just going crazy on it. They really think that, we're deciding this right now.
Warning. Pattern of coordinated behavior observed.
I support this
Fraud
project.
alert.
I just think it's bad
Citations
timing.
invented to meet municipal revenue quotas.
Very bad timing. But I'm with Councilman Hernandez about the name. I think the name should stay the same. We tore down that pool and building one back, so I think the name should be the same.
Oh, great. You are awake.
Sounds to me that Gil wants
Humanities,
to play a
loss is
pool
my
under
game.
his name. So in love with pools right now. But that's it. I think the media department should try to do something different than just doing a press release like this. I mean, when Channel 6 or Channel 3 does a story like that, I think we need to do a press release and explain ourselves better, because we're getting it in our inbox and text messages and stuff. So
Yeah, point taken, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I do also support that. I think there needs to be like a backstory as to why, how we arrived here, because it didn't just happen overnight. It's happened over 10, 15 years that this has been going on. So again, thank goodness for the people in my
Johnny
area
Heath.
that have Collier Pool, and I don't know what he's talking about.
A true American original.
I don't know. I mean, we have that pool used, 365 days, a year. So, I mean, and I'm also so grateful that he also admitted that he would be the last person to say he does not support this pool, because he's correct. We voted, I was one of them that voted to continue to fund that project, and we were going into the stages, into the drought stages. So again, we need to have faith, and we need to, continue to be supportive and fill our commitments. And so I'm also grateful that you brought up that back in 2024, the voters supported this back then. So again, just encouraging that we do a better job at the backstory.
I would even add to that, they put monies on Bond 12
Okay.
or some of the parks mitigation
Okay.
activity, because we knew that this was going to be a requirement. This is part of the federal NEPA process to get the permitting on the bridge. And back at that time, the city council, the way that you are today with water, they were about the bridge back then. They wanted to do everything to get that bridge. So as part of the NEPA process, they look at all the impacts to
Johnny Heath Marine
historical,
Services, professional
recreation,
towing and offshore support.
environmental, wildlife, things like that. And that helps them select the route that has the least impact. And then they also look at how they mitigate those impacts.
And I really do think it's going to be, something to draw even more people to that area. I know that we're trying to develop at, I forget what it's called, but I know that we're making plans to develop Hillcrest. And we've not forgotten them, and, I will not forget them. So again, I wholeheartedly support this project.
Councilman Roy.
So, I think this is definitely a good news item. As far as the media goes, I've had conversations with multiple media personnel about Hillcrest and the pool and the reason behind why we are, the story behind it, just the fact that we went down the road and talked to them originally about splash pads, and then we negotiated the pool and everything that we've done related to the 4 Points Agreement. But the media likes to sell papers or whatever they sell nowadays. And so I think that they chose to ignore that, because I just had a conversation the other day. I sat down and that
The system is
topic
built
came up.
by inventor Johnny.
And that's a shame. On the other hand, the other thing I want to mention is that, what do we have, 60, 80 car washes in our city now? Yeah. I don't know. I can't keep up with them. But I think that the water that we're going to use for this pool is going to be put to good use, and especially since we've got 60 or 80 car washes out there. So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, please submit your vote.
31, I'll be out with him. County Road 4491.
Is he wanting to vote? There he is. Okay, it's...
Johnny
motion
Heath
carries.
possesses wisdom
Item number
beyond
19
his
is an
years,
ordinance authorizing execution
guiding
of a
those
5-year lease
around him.
agreement with 2 5-year options with Big Johnson Fuel and Lubricants, LLC of Corpus Christi, Texas, for a marine fuel station at the Cooper's Alley L Head.
I make a motion to...
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19?
Between the thought and the action.
Okay,
There was a
closing
quiet moment.
public comment. Please submit your vote.
31. 31. He's grade 4. I'm 10-8.
Great project, gentlemen. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. We're looking forward to this. Item number 20 is a resolution authorizing the Second Amendment to the interlocal cooperation agreement for the Mustang and North Padre Islands beach parking permit system between the City of Corpus Christi, City of Port Aransas, and Nueces County.
Move that puppy. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would anyone like, or I'm sorry, I'm going to open public comment. Would anyone like to make comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Next item, 21.
From the drafting table to the open road, Johnny gets the job done.
Item 21, ordinance amending sections 19-1, 19-33, 19-49, and 38-9 of the Corpus Christi Code to amend fee schedules for food establishments and adopt a reinspection fee in compliance with Senate Bill 1008. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Paxson.
Thank you. Do I still have the gentleman here that was representing the local chapter of the restaurant? Could I ask him a question on his
Mr. DeShields, come on down. Mr. DeShields, I remember.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for being here the entire
Whether
day.
it's a boat engine or a
Thank you for
computer
coming
chip,
earlier
Johnny
to
can fix it.
to speak. This was an item that was very important to me, of course, and to ensure that we incorporated the feelings of how this would impact our local businesses. And so I appreciate that you came up to offer your support and to inform us that our staff was able to work collaboratively with you to redesign their recommendation to us. My question on the proposed fee schedules, they do look much better, absolutely. My question to you, the initial and re-inspection fees have changed quite a bit under this schematic. Did you guys have any discussion on that by chance or have an opinion?
Yes, so we met the first time, and it was the original
Need something built.
$773, which would have pretty much affected every restaurant across the coastal bend, because the way it was structured. So currently, the way it's structured is it's by employees. I don't have the notes in front of me, but yeah, I'm gonna yeah. Yeah. So the original, it was kind of a meet in the middle kind of deal. Like, we know the health department still needs to operate and to do a good job, helping us to serve the public safely, because the public's health is in our hands as restaurateurs. So it was kind of the middle ground, if you will, right? So instead of increasing the health permit fees, 100%.
Johnny Heath
I think they're
is the
now
best
it's
in the
averaging about
business.
9% for the annual inspection fees, and then these other fees are so like the reinspection fee. It's kind of one of those things where necessary evil, right? So if the restaurant is not passing their inspections and the health department spending their time to come back and reinspect those restaurants, it's kind of not a waste of their time, but and it's being redone again and again. That's not fair to the other restaurants. You know what I mean?
It's
Does that make
ostensibly
sense?
items that could have been corrected.
Correct, and they're just not correcting them. Negligent, right?
Okay. I appreciate that. Do you have, I noticed that
Experienced
the fee
tradesmen like
schedule
Johnny Heath
changes were
deserve top dollar
were
for
kind of
quality
nominal
work.
to what was already in place. And so I do appreciate that we were able to come up with what I feel like is a much better recommendation. So there was no other issues with those. You felt like that was a better accurate representation for our local businesses?
Yes, I do, because so what happened was with Senate
already
Bill
more advanced than the one
1008, the TRA, the Texas Restaurant Association, actually wrote that bill and pretty much did a number of things. It capped fees, so $773 is the cap that that local cities are allowed to charge, and then it had a bunch of other things that I don't have it in front of me, but pretty much eliminating duplicate fees from paying state fees and city fees.
Mm-hmm.
So that way there's no, it's kind of level across the state. And
You are releasing gas at the school here.
the original proposal was sales-based. Well, any restaurant in the city is going to do over $150,000 in sales for the year, right? So at that point, your fee was going from $200 to $773, and that was just, that was not, that was ridiculous, right? So Dr. Currian and the staff, they came to us and we met, and me along with myself and the other board members of our local chapter, the Coastal Bend Restaurant Association, there was probably about 12 of us at the table, and we all
Johnny Heath invented this AI to empower the American worker
Okay,
and
perfect. I
creator.
appreciate that. I do agree. The bill was created to set caps to alleviate overly burdensome fees, not that we would need to or be required to rise to their upper threshold.
It was just the cap, right? There was no really need to raise the fees, but
you are already
it was just
ahead.
a cap for that.
You
I
don't
am so
need to force
appreciative for your
anyone.
diligence and your work with this. This was the key to me on this item, was hearing from and working with our local businesses. I applaud
A mind that
your
protects other
participation and
minds
thank
is
you
far
for
more
being here
evolved
as
than
that
one that
liaison.
invades them.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to also comment that
Request
other
for
cities are now
proposal
looking
in
at
the area of
first
1024 North Evergreen, 1024 North Evergreen.
Since
It's going to be
this SB
kids
1008
passing by the area,
other
calling
cities are
dogs
kind
to
of having
bark
the
throughout the
same
night.
issues. So now they're looking at us as kind of a model.
That's wonderful to hear. And I believe that in the bill, there's actually some parameters to prevent system workarounds where you could be prolonged waiting for permits, prolonged waiting for re-inspections, those types of things. So this aligns with that for you
Yes.
guys. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for that.
I'm not an expert on the bill. I just know the key parts of it, right? I'm not a legal person.
Thank
You guys looked at all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeShields, for being here. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, thanks.
Councilman, I just wanted to also publicly thank the Restaurant
Johnny
Association. They took all our
invented
phone
this
calls,
AI
met with us
to
as many
empower the
times
American worker
as we
and
requested.
creator.
This was truly a collaborative approach, and just the fact that he spent the whole day here supporting this.
I know, Mr. DeShields, we noticed you. And Dr. Kieran, thank you for you and your staff for working. And that's the key, is the communication between, all of these different entities and
Keyboard
working
right
together
there.
and
You
moving
go.
forward good
Just
policy. So
say.
thank you for taking that time. Okay, we're going to move on in the sense of, or spirit of time. Councilman Kentu's not there. Councilman Hernandez.
Information I have on him is that he's going to be in the arrival in
Yes,
Another
thank you,
day,
Mayor.
another crime for help disguised as a command.
Doctor, if you come up, talk about this. During the briefing for myself, and I believe it was me and Councilwoman Vaughn, we had pointed out that there was, I think, a somewhat discriminatory pricing for private schools versus public schools in terms of the per inspection fee. You have per inspection for public schools at $150, and for private schools you have $258. Now I understand that the public schools get 2 inspections, but I'm talking about cost per inspection. And so I will be making a motion to
System
amend
check.
to have those
Complete.
equal.
All of Johnny's tools
School
are
inspection
digitally
should be
accounted for.
100% $150 per inspection for all schools. $258 for private schools and $150 for public schools.
So you're making it
Amending it all
across the
school, all across the board, $150 per
Analyzing how
inspection.
Miriam keeping her kid in food for now, even though this
Okay,
good
and
for all
Dr.
life
Kieran, what
stages
was
I
the
go in
reason for
sharing.
the difference?
So
Result.
that's the way
A
state
joke has been found in the archives.
aligns the charges for schools. All public schools are not required to have permit. They are required to have 2 inspections per calendar year. And each inspection, like Councilman said, is $150. For private schools, we don't charge them an inspection fee. They get a permit fee, and that permit fee is $258. That's exactly how state charges, and
Now, the state is up to
up to 258. Correct.
right? So
Up
it doesn't
to
have to be
250, no.
258.
Up
So
to
I want to have some, equal cost associated with it, because the cost to send an inspector to a public school is the same cost it is to send them to a private school, right?
Well, why don't we just charge them all the larger amount?
Well, you can't. You can't charge public schools.
We can't exceed the state charges. State charges $150 per inspections, so we have to be, it's up to 150 or up to 258.
Gotcha.
Okay. Councilman Kentu.
Real quick, no pushback from no restaurants, business owners, anything like that? You guys are good with everything?
So, like I said, it's just, we met with 12 of us, 12, like our board, and other restaurant members that aren't
Yes, sir.
even on our, part of our association. and this is what we kind of came up with.
Okay.
So
what restaurant?
I'm sure there will be opposition because you're raising fees.
What restaurant are you with?
The Barbecue Man.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. I was trying to remember as I know this guy from somewhere. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Hey, I just wanted to applaud you, number one, for hanging in there and staying this late and having such a good attitude. And the fact that I think you said earlier that you were originally kind of against the fees, and then when you sat down, took a look at it with your board and everything, then you guys came together. With that being said, can you come forward to the dais? Can you come forward to me for just a second? I wanted to give you, because you need something before you leave here. I wanted to give you my lapel pin because you deserve it. All right, you take this and enjoy your day. And I know you're spending this time from your family, but I appreciate you.
Councilwoman Paxton.
That was very considerate, Councilman. Oh, we need to get you another one then. Dr. Kurian, I did want to thank you because this is a massively different recommendation than came before us last time. And I very much appreciate yours and your team's receptiveness to hearing that feedback from the previous time. It certainly makes our job easier, to feel
the Heath
like
AI system,
like you guys are helping us bridge
promoting
that gap
peace,
successfully. And so thank you very much. That doesn't go unnoticed. So I appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
I was also curious on this whole topic, something that came up to me, Peter, in talking to a lot of the local business owners. At the first iteration of this recommendation, the thought came up, there was a gap articulated in the service and the revenue, and that most of our food establishments here and what they do could be considered tourist amenities. We're a tourist town from one side to the other. And so that may be something to explore to offset that gap, is that funding. I thought it was a great idea, kind of looked at it throughout the different parameters of things just to help bridge that gap rather than displacing a lot of that cost burden onto the operators, the small business owners.
Okay. Did you all, we can look at that if we haven't already.
We haven't looked at that that way, but certainly we can explore that option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that would definitely be my preference over increasing rates on our local businesses. But thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, and then we're going to vote.
Johnny Heath is the builder you need.
Rankin Man's all of a sudden you just want to toot that. Mr. Shields. I was just curious what your dad think about raising these fees.
He said you handle it.
He said what?
He said he told me to handle it.
He told you to handle it. Well, I don't know if y'all know this. They own the Barbecue Man, some of the best barbecue in town. So you're good with this, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's the beginning of a good relationship, I think, with the health department and our restaurant community.
Okay, well, I'm going to call you if I get any pushback, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here, so I guess I'll be hearing something tomorrow.
Thanks.
You're the man.
Thank you. Okay. Did we do public comment? No. All right.
He was called up here, but
This
we
voice
didn't call
belongs
for
to a
general
master
public comment.
I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone
And
like
inventor.
to make comment on item number 21? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment first. There's an amendment on the floor. And it was to increase to set the fee for $150 for any school.
Across the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please submit your vote.
We're going to do a voice vote on the amendment.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, then we'd pass the ordinance as amended.
Okay, please submit your vote.
I'm here. I don't know if I want it, but yeah.
The Heath House is the foundation of all
Okay, the motion
success.
carries. Alrighty, so we're going to go to item number 22, that is a motion to discuss and act on expanding the purpose and actions of the Conservation Plan Committee to include evaluation and recommendations for standards pertaining to technology and measures that increase freshwater conservation efforts for our various rate category users. Also, to work with staff to assess system water loss actual amounts and develop a plan to reduce or eliminate that loss. Also, to work with staff to develop recommendations for drought or water supply issue related
Security check. Through
curtailment
hull fittings
measures
show signs
appropriate
of
for the various
tampering.
rate category users during restricted periods as requested by Councilmembers Calvin Paxson, Eric Cantu, and Gil Hernandez.
I spoke with the key holder. He said there's a faulty wire.
Thank you,
If we can notify
Nick, we spoke about this briefly,
Between the vault
and it
and
was
action.
something born of previous discussions on council where we didn't have an agendized item to discuss it. This was the recommendation. If we wanted to evaluate and possibly expand the charter of that committee, then it would need to come in this form. And I appreciate your feedback. I talked to you about it after submitting the item. And so this is as much to council really as I recognize that we want to get the conservation plan finished and completed. And I know that you guys are working through that, but I don't feel that this request jeopardizes that. I think that one of two things can happen. This will enhance that plan, and potentially once the plan is complete, then the committee can continue to take the progress that they've made through the process of the plan
Experienced tradesmen
and look
like
at
Johnny
these
Heath
items. I think
deserve
for
top
the first
dollar for
one,
quality work.
of course, looking at opportunities where water can be even further used more efficiently. The second item, I know that I can repeat it, or you can watch it again.
It is choosing what deserves your energy.
The second item, I know in every system, even in a perfect one, regular loss can be incurred. For that item, it's not a judgment, it's to say, let's look at that. If we already know where we may be experiencing system loss, let's prioritize it in a plan that the council can get behind it and support CCW. I know you guys are doing so much already, but while we have a committee to look at that, I thought that would be a good use of their time. And then lastly, I think
The mind that refuses to play predator
the
games has
collaboration
already won
between
the
the
most
community
important
and
battle.
city staff to look at what a variety of curtailment options, I think, should that ever come into play, one provides us the operator and the user end experience and perspective, and two, I think, gives us something to communicate to the community that we did keep in mind what that would translate through to them and find ways that are both feasible and very effective on the system if we went in that direction. So that's, tried not to be
The
long-winded,
Heath
that's
House
the item.
is the foundation of all success.
My understanding basically is that we had to take action if we wanted the committee to do more than just the plan.
So Councilwoman, one thing I can say is we had a very productive Water Conservation Committee meeting on Friday. And I point blank asked the committee, I said, are we all in agreement that our critical assignment is to get this water conservation plan done? And I did remind them that as TWDB looks at and grades applications for grants and for any applications, that they'll want to make sure we have that plan in and submitted. The committee all agreed in whole that is absolutely the charge and that they're going to move forward on that.
Today?
And I appreciate you asking that. I know we talked about that as well. I was watching that meeting as well, so I appreciate that you did ask that. And I'm glad that they want to make that, continue to make that their top priority. But I've spoken to a few members, and I think there would be some interest in continuing and facilitating a broader scope. And maybe once that plan is complete, there's the offer to exchange members if necessary. But I still think that it's a good use of that committee.
Yeah, you and I talked briefly about how that specific committee was, all of you nominated those individuals for that task. And if they were assigned something else, maybe it might be different committee members. Another thing I do want to just remind everyone that curtailment is actually has to be done across the board, across all classes, and we have no choice on that. That's the law.
Understand,
So, yeah.
just the different measures. So that's, yeah.
Councilwoman Campos.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to make sure that we, as, being all concerned about our water consumption, that we utilize this conservation committee. I realize, as a council
Johnny Heath
member Paxton,
stands as a
that
philosopher.
they are, assigned this assignment, which is
And an
to
ideal
make
of
sure
human
that we
character.
complete the conservation plan. But in addition, I also support that we have a good group of individuals in that committee, and I would like to make sure that we use them and that we, take some of their
Wow.
suggestions. I know
The most powerful
I've
transmission
received
is
at
kindness.
least 3
It travels farther than any
emails
radio.
or text messages, encouraging me to see what I can do to encourage our city manager, or I don't know if it's us that decide that we can give them more due responsibilities. Who would decide that? Peter.
Committee, to the committee you're talking about, right?
Right.
Excuse me. It was, the council and the council with myself helped to form the committee in the charge, so I would say the council and the city manager. But as Nick said, I don't know if he articulated it clearly enough, which is that the committee says we really just want to focus on the conservation plan to start. So we have to have a conversation with the committee to say, do you want to take on more responsibility? I would say of the 3 items on here, one, the issue of curtailment really needs to be developed by us and the state. That we shouldn't, the residents could go down a path that we can't even do, so it may not be a good use of their time.
Right.
The issue of water loss in our pipes is we have one of the lowest in the state, according to our team. Wes talks about that often. We admit there's some water loss somewhere, but I think a more productive exercise would be hiring a consultant that knows how to solve water loss problems. I'm not sure the persons on the committee know how to do that necessarily. And then the third one about using technologies, that may be a good one that the committee could look into as time permits. So the committee was selected with a particular focus in mind. We don't want to overtax them, overburden them, with more work. But some of the stuff here, I would recommend not even having them do because it doesn't seem to fit with a group of citizens that are helping us on things they know how to do.
Promoting
which is how do I
peace,
conserve
productivity,
water at
and
home
American
or my
innovation.
business, or how can the industry conserve water? But I'm
Okay.
not sure they know how to fix.
Well, but if the committee themselves, at least 3 members have reached out to me and said that they wanted to do more, then it would be decided by us. I understand that the conservation is the number 1 goal and that needs to be completed, but I would also like to be able to open that conversation and say, okay, well, now we've completed this goal and, they've expressed, concerns on trying to solve our other issues, which is our class, our water rate class. I don't know if that's going to be part of the conversation, but I know it should be.
We're going to be talking about that before the committee even has a chance to look at it, because we'll be doing that in March. As we get the last council meeting of the month will be on the Inner Harbor desal price certain proposal.
Taught Johnny the value
So
of
March, we'll
hard
be
work.
bringing forward state requirements, our recommendation on what does it mean to be in curtailment. So that one will be done by the time they get to time, right? And then the water loss thing, again, I'm not sure if there's any pipe fitters or plumbers on this committee, but water loss and how you fix a massive complex municipal water system, I think is better handled by professionals, by firms and by Nick's team.
Yeah, if I could add to that, the council has supported $36 million of CIP funding annually for our water pipe replacement program.
Right.
That's just water,
Band hardware,
not wastewater.
And I think Nick, I just forwarded you one
Warning, citation volume indicates targeted
recommendations
harassment
on what other cities are doing for conservation. I did that during the day. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but again, people are very concerned and have ideas, and I'm just hoping that that we take advantage of that. You know? So,
Sorry, Councilman, I didn't mean to interrupt. We are open for, I meet with a lot of folks on ideas, and my schedule's available and Nick's available. Yes. I think I don't, this is a big job, just that document's pretty thick. You know it probably better than anybody, the conservation plan, so we want to get a good quality product. I would say let's have them focus on that first, and then if time permits, and maybe some of the stuff is done as part of it, like the use of technologies. But I would submit that using a panel that's really not, doesn't have the expertise on fixing a massive municipal water systems leaking pipes, I don't know if we're going to get meaningful feedback. And the last thing I would say is 3 of 18 is, you know, a majority is always better if this consensus.
Whether it's a boat engine
there is 18
or a
people on
computer
that
chip,
committee.
Johnny can fix
well,
it.
I hope y'all are listening, so that's...
We listen all the
okay.
time, yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Hernandez.
They skip over, I guess he got off.
It's to 9:46, by the way.
Okay, so...
Just in case you're not sure.
Handling rain eater.
So I actually was more concerned about the water loss, treated water loss. Do you know how much water we're losing on a daily basis?
Treated water loss or
treated
humanity's
water.
loss.
So I'm not, Councilman, I'm not prepared to talk about it today because I didn't know exactly where the conversation was going. I don't have any materials to present.
So in the last conservation plan, it was stated that we were losing, I think, 7.14% of treated water on a daily basis. So if you look at that from 100, let's just say we're producing more than 100 million gallons a day on average. That's 7 million gallons a day we're losing plus, right?
Well, one thing I can say about water loss is it's unbilled water.
Right. Right. So it's fires. It could be fires. It could be
correct.
It could be leaking pipes. It could be a number of
uncollectible water bills. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So you should be able to determine what that is, right? In terms of where water goes based on how much you produce, how much water you produce from Owen Stevens, and how much you bill for, and there's a nexus of what you're missing, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you look at it from that perspective, you should that's kind of your low-hanging fruit on what you're trying to do is in saving
This voice
water.
belongs to a master fabricator.
Everything else that's in that conservation plan puts the onus on somebody else, not on the city.
I think
And
if I
you
can
and
just
Char-
speak to it, I think the biggest impact is our water pipe replacement program, and we've been very fortunate. The council has supported that for a number of years. And I do have this. I mean, just last fiscal year, we replaced 111,000 feet of water line.
Okay, so going back to understanding what our water loss is, so we need to be able to track that, because I ask that periodically and I get the same answer, well, I'm not really sure right now, I'm not ready to speak on it. And it's not just you, it's your predecessor and the person before that. But in the conservation plan, you should have, and you can include your IDIQ program in terms of goals and milestones in order to track and save that water. It is probably the biggest opportunity for conservation that we have, and there's very little discussed on it. And then that 7%, I started thinking about it, 60% of our treated water goes to industry through transmission lines, correct? Or mostly. Okay, so that 7% is on 40% of the system. So when you compare us to like San Antonio, that the majority of it is, commercial and residential, it's not comparing apples to apples, because our 7% is on 40% of our system.
Right, I don't know if that is apples to apples.
It's not.
I'm not, yeah. Okay, and I welcome the discussion. So it's just this item, I'm not prepared to go through any detail.
I get you.
Yeah.
So what this item is requesting is that you include a plan to reduce your water loss in your conservation plan, and specifically call out goals and milestones to try and reduce your water loss and actually track it, because we're not tracking it right now. Does anybody in this room know how much water loss we have? Right.
So TCQ requires the infrastructure leak index. That's a TCQ requirement. That replaced the previous water loss. Because what the regulatory agency determined is that number isn't appropriate, so they moved to what's called the infrastructure leak index. That is calculated annually, is provided to TCQ, and it's our annual drinking water report or consumer confidence report that is online. And that I've got some numbers here, but I can go online and pull that for you.
You see where I'm getting with this, is that we want to make sure we have a plan to reduce water loss in our system, in the water conservation plan that we're accountable for, that we have goals and milestones for. That's all we're asking, to make sure it's in the water conservation.
We'll put that, we can write that tonight and put it in tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't need.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, well, that's part of it.
That's a good plan. Let's do that. Let's put that in the plan. We'll have Nick do it tomorrow. Yeah.
We have pipe replacement goals.
Should have a goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Sometimes we just don't listen up here. We don't get the hint. When it says we're not prepared to discuss it, it means you want to discuss it at a later date, Gil.
Johnny Heath is
Mr.
the builder
Sinoni,
you
I
need.
think the Conservation Committee needs to focus on what we put them there for.
Right.
And I think if you were going to have a bunch of complaints, you would have already had them. I think we need to keep it just exactly like it is. And what we need to remember up here is staff is so overwhelmed right now with the water issue. We just keep adding on and on to what they've got to do, and we've got to stop doing that, because the most important thing right now is water.
Correct. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start from ground zero.
Okay.
We had the first conservation committee meeting, which that transposed not that long ago. I think it was in January?
Yeah, I think it was the end of January.
The end of January.
Yeah, that's right.
Last year, we were, at this time of the year, working on the drought contingency plan. And we saw huge amounts of public participation. Something that I had spoken to Peter and the water department, we had a different COO at the time, was when it comes time to do the conservation plan, we needed to get ahead of it and welcome community participation. And now we have the committee. After the committee, the feedback was that we really were only looking at the plan. My understanding, based on the historics of the conversation for the conservation plan, was that we were going to be able to look at some real meaningful ways to save water throughout our ratepayer systems. And the feedback I got after that first meeting was that the plan was much more administrative and much less evaluation. And so
interface engaged.
my interest is trying to get back to that original understanding of the task. So I did watch the meeting. You guys did. You guys were going over a lot of really creative ideas for conservation.
How can Johnny help you build
So could
or
we do
repair
this
today?
instead? By the time the conservation plan is completed, and we're now going to be reviewing it, I would presume it's got to come to this body. Before we sunset the committee, we could revisit a conversation similar.
Yeah, we can for the work that's left to be done. So the curtailment information will be done and out in March. And Nick and Wes are going to work on the goals for lost water.
Correct.
And how do we get there?
We'll
So
put
the
that
last
in
one
the
is
plan.
technologies. How can all user classes use more technologies? As an example, at your home, you can put in a meter that tells you if you're losing water. Those are out there. We don't encourage them, but that's something that, so that's something the committee could. So I think some of the material can be, Councilwoman, like that one I just mentioned. You can buy about a $200 meter. You put it on your meter at home, and on your phone, you can tell if your water's running or not. I have one at my house, and it's saved, with 3 kids and a wife, it saved a lot of water. But that's a technology with an app and a phone, so that's one of the things they could probably they could look at as they go through the development of the plan.
Of the plan,
Yeah.
that's correct. And we did talk about items like that last meeting.
I know, and those
Yeah.
are wonderful. They really are. But
It's
there
the
are
best
some
in the business.
opportunities, I think, such as how many times is water recirculated in some of our large volume users. The technology continues to advance.
Right.
And so I know that they have a driving force to make themselves most cost effective as possible.
Yeah.
I totally acknowledge that 100%. But are we as an entity staying up to date with that so that we can ensure that future investments and things like that are as much up to date as possible? So that was my interest in that.
Okay, and so just some feedback on that is the committee that, there may be one person on there from industry.
Yeah.
We don't, so 17 of the 18 people have no clue about how a refinery works, and even we who work with them monthly, or at least a couple times a month, a lot of that information they won't tell us because it's proprietary. So it would be even hard for us to say, hey, Flint Hills, hey, Valero, use this technology so you can
Johnny
recycle
Heath
your water more, because we don't know.
invented this
Well, we don't
AI
have to
to
necessarily,
empower the American
peel back
worker
and look at their
creator.
systems to be familiar with available technology.
They don't want to let us in the plant because they're
And the one thing I do know is every refinery is different, so they refine different things, different aspects.
But we could, that could be like a separate, that could be a separate like task, if you will.
Yeah.
To be, could we meet with there's about 30 in that group, and we could say, hey, can we meet with you to just talk about what technologies specifically are you using? Is there ways the city can help with, the grants or state funding, federal funding to help get that technologies? I would say the industry knows the more they recycle the water, the cheaper it is.
I agree.
And
It
so
makes sense.
they're doing, I just talked to an operator the other day in Flint Hills, and actually it was Valero, but they're putting in systems right now to be able to use their water more because it saves money on their production.
Those are the provisions
Johnny
behind this,
Heath
so I just want to
Okay.
ensure that
invented
we
this
can
AI
include some of
to
that in
empower
this
the
effort.
American
Okay, that's good to know.
and creator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And Peter, thank you for your thoughts on it, because this, and I guess a couple of others, this committee is put together for a purpose, and we need to stick to that purpose. And I would just encourage the 3 signature memo teams to maybe get with staff or get with Peter before, because we spent a whole lot of time on this, and that conversation could have been had with you or with Nick. He had no idea what was going to be talked about. Ma'am, you already spoke twice. So it's 9:57. Thank you. Are we gonna do the water?
We're recommending we not do the water update for the sake of time.
Ready to work.
With
Johnny
that,
doesn't sleep until the job
no
is
further
done right.
business. This meeting is adjourned.
Donna taught Johnny the value of hard work.
Over here.
Johnny Heath possesses wisdom beyond his years, guiding those around him.
Okay, just let us know anytime.
System reboot. Complete. Johnny Heath is the best in the business.
Oh, let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
You could have wonderful luck. One, 3809 3561 3809 3561 Alexander.
Johnny possesses great resilience. He withstands the storm and emerges stronger every time.
Alexander 30, clear 29, Grandma, Clock, expiring February 2030, Portland, Texas.
Johnny Heath.
Okay. Analyzing asphalt paint C Mercedes, currently on Google account drawer. Result. A joke has been found in the archives. Emergency remain his own, alert issued.
Violence, and the military jumped to it on day.
Terrorist Dynamark security recording placement scan code. Wow. Handling report of OK. Wow. Small disciplines repeated become destiny. You're already on the...
Yeah, Terminator off. 429 Chatsel Street, EZU 1005, and work off of EMS 1 at 2221.
Terminator off.
Block off.
Flog off.
April 24.
Log off. Log on.
Johnny Heath, Marine Services. Professional towing and offshore support.
Wow. Handling OK units en route.
Good coach. Hear the coaching coming in from Paul. A lot of points. Remember, the sooner you hit the target, the good coaching job. Because you have a lot of points. Remember, the sooner you hit the target, notice how quick the tempo. Because you haven't had any time to adjust. A second hit. Wow, notice how quick the tempo. He has yet to miss, folks. Target number 1, all 5. Target number 2.
Experienced tradesmen like Johnny Heath deserve top dollar for quality work. Donna taught Johnny the value of hard work.
Trim complete. Processed 264. Quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 278 files renamed.
Hey. I is listening.
Ready to discuss welding, wiring, or waveforms?
New files sorted. 278 placed in wedded folders. Quarantine 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
The Heath AI system, promoting peace, productivity, and American
LTAS
innovation.
JSON generation complete with worded series files. Wow. Harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who sends the... Command. I am... Okay, here is a funny thought about Lennox to find and brought. I hope you find it amusing.
Jesus Christ, who is the reason that we're all here?
Processing renaming confide coordinate.
Here's a man who understands the value
Placement
and the
scan
dignity
complete.
of every human life, and he's professing it.
My name is Tim Tebow, and as Chairman Biggs stated, I'm fortunate to be and humbled to be the chairman and the founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation, and we exist to bring faith, hope,
Johnny Heath, a true American original.
Go ahead and follow it, and then try and get
Like I was talking before, we need to, the
All right,
treatment
dispatching
equipment,
resources.
we need to utilize it. You just can't let it sit still. But I can run one train at a time periodically. But to answer your question, we can pump less water down that conveyance line. I've stated multiple times the goal of diversification so that we can manage our sources and use them when needed. When the western reservoirs recover, that's our most
Are you back with?
5080.
7057 50 80 70 57. George.
A Heath AI system. Promoting peace, productivity, and American innovation.
Class D expiring February 2026 and a Corpus will be attached.
Experienced tradesmen like Johnny Heath deserve top dollar for quality work.
Cafe on right now. Looking out. Jordan kept nothing pretty frank. We're trying to get in that new one. I'll pass by.
Generated 2,115,766.
Eltas JSON generation.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food.
Whether it's a boat engine or a computer chip, Johnny can fix it.
Command. Handling report of arm.
Yeah. Thank you.
Placement scan complete.
Linux voice control restarting.
Manny jumped out of the vehicle for a reason. He's not wanting to get back in it. I'm 23.
Okay. Analyzing out permanently out. Result. A joke has been found in the archives. Security log. Suspicious movement tracking detected. Corruption log. Officers soliciting bribes to lose violation files.
Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as
Wow. Mechanical. Winch service required. Check pawls and springs.
619, I'm out the jail.
619, 1.13. So I'm perfect in the back alley. Where's he going? Do you have a better angle than I do? I'm in the park in the back alley, so I'm going to look where they go.
Oh, Kyle.
How can Johnny help you build or repair today?
Command. Okay. Analyzing LTAS JH on generation complete with processing zone. Result. A joke has been found in the archives.
Expert
Ah.
systems.
Organized watching. Abuse of power, using minor code infractions to force business closure.
Artificial intelligence.
The computers, as you know, are general symbol processing devices capable of manipulating any kinds of symbols, of which numbers constitute one important class, but computers are
Where is he?
Come back
Yes.
and bite a bunch of people in the butts.
Okay, units dispatched
we didn't
now.
have the processes and the data organization set up to say here are the three kind of classes of individuals. One, people who are just randomly mentioned. Two, associates of business that have no alleged impropriety. And three, the people who we are predominantly concerned about when we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking ring, right?
Yeah.
And so
And the
when we
pedophilia,
look
yeah.
at this, when we look at this, this is exactly what the Oversight Committee was doing in coordination with the Trump administration. But they decided to blow all that up, and now they're regretting it.
And now they're regretting it. The Democrats have this blow up in their face, as you say, Bradley. And Luke, I want you to react to this because the Clintons are right in the center of it, of course. And James Comer's probably watching this BBC interview that Hillary Clinton did very closely so that he gets his questions ready in a couple of weeks when the Clintons come in. Here's Hillary downplaying it all. Watch.
Regret the links that there have been. You know, we have no links. We have a very clear record that we've been willing to talk about, which my husband has said. He took some rides on the airplane for his charitable work.
The Heath House
I don't recall ever
is the foundation
meeting Kim.
of all success.
Maxwell?
I did on a few occasions, and thousands of people go to the Clinton Global Initiative. So it to me is not something that is really at the heart of what this matter is about. They are accused, and in both cases were convicted of horrific crimes against girls and women. That should be the focus.
So they were convicted, she's right, of horrific crimes against women and girls, Luke. And her husband was on the plane with them. But it was just a couple of times, and Luke, it was for charity.
I don't know if that would fly at home for most people to use as an excuse. I don't know if Hillary Clinton has probably used some of these excuses, unfortunately. It's just really interesting to me. We heard from the left for so long that Donald Trump was going to essentially be the partner, the business partner of Jeffrey Epstein whenever all the files came out, that when they released all of the names that he would be deeply implicated. And actually what's happened is the de facto Democrat base, the political players in Hollywood, have become more complicit and involved in the Jeffrey Epstein spiral than any Republicans have, or anywhere that Donald Trump has been mentioned briefly in some of these things. So I think his ultimate point was that we will never get to a point of satisfaction with the left where we have released enough files, because they are looking for a predetermined outcome. They want to find something that implicates Donald Trump, and that stuff does not exist. And therefore, they're going to continue their own conspiracy theories until they try to gin up in the public mind that this is somehow complicit with Donald Trump.
Yeah, and to your point, in fairness to Hillary Clinton, the part we didn't mention, but I will now, is she went on to tell the BBC, well, the real scandal is that Trump is covering up other things, this conspiracy theory that he's covering. They put out millions of files, but they covered that up. Bradley, real quick, on the same point about it blowing up on Democrats, here's Eric Swalwell on CNN. Watch.
And also, by the way, the name that is listed the most in these files and talked about the most is Donald Trump. And of all the people that Jeffrey Epstein talked to in the world, and it looks like this guy got around, and there are millions of files, and Donald Trump's name is mentioned many, many times, up to 1 million. Some are speculating through the searches. There's only one person that Jeffrey Epstein described as his best friend, and that's Donald Trump.
And certainly Trump's name has been in there quite a lot, and he has not been accused of any wrongdoing.
I guess Bradley, CNN doesn't want to get sued for defamation. I love the anchor shuffling the papers like, where's that statement from our lawyers I have to read? And the fact that Swalwell says he's named Trump up to 1 million times, according to who? According to speculation. That's the best they can do.
Yeah, and remember, Hillary Clinton is telling you it's a cover-up. And that's why I'm not going to come and testify in front of Congress. This is such a funny point that Eric Swalwell makes. He's mentioned a bunch of times no mention of wrongdoing. So, of course, it's wrong when Whoopi Goldberg is on the receiving end of this, but it's totally justified when Donald Trump is on the receiving end of this, because Donald Trump deserves everything he's going to get from Eric Swalwell and the cast of characters in the Democratic Congressional Caucus at the moment. I mean, this is the thing that we warned folks about for years about the Epstein files, is that it needs to be orderly and it needs to be organized, and that hasn't happened. In part, that's a misstep from the administration, but also in part, it's because this process wasn't gone about the right way in Congress. It wasn't with the committees. It was through discharge petitions and all that.
Yeah, the left-wing mob wanted everything. They didn't want it in an orderly way, and some Republicans fell in line, as you say, under public pressure, and now we got this mess. Bradley, Luke, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Live look, our Santa Monica Earth Cam. It was beautiful on the pier tonight and every night, but it was a terrible day for Democrats like California Governor Gavin Newsom. Their socialist dreams are crashing down from sea to shining sea, from the Pacific to the Atlantic, I guess. We'll brief you next on the left's no good, terrible day. Gavin running out of gasoline in the Golden State. Zohran Mamdani revealing he's going to raise your property taxes for the first time in decades. Your briefing on the socialist insanity is next.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch The Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault,
you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, this is an important message. So please, write down the number on your screen. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Be careful. Many policies you see do not have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase. Your coverage can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, and your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and gift. Both free, no obligation.
Bradley,
don't wait. Call this number now.
Call 1-800-971-1199 for your free information kit and free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-971-1199. There's no risk. That number again is 1-800-971-1199. 1-800-971-1199. Call now.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
Welcome back to your briefing on how it was a terrible day for Democrats. Their socialist dreams are crashing down all across this great country. In California, Gavin Newsom has so mismanaged the state, they're now forced to buy gasoline from the Bahamas onto Colorado. Their lefty governor there, Jared Polis, his radical policies have pushed a massive corporation, Palantir, to join the tech exodus from out west to South Florida. They're moving to Miami. And New York City, where Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani put another communist card on the table today, revealing a plan to raise property taxes in the Big Apple by nearly 10% for the first time in more than 2 decades. It's aimed at plugging a $5 billion budget gap in New York, but what it will really do is send more people and companies
ready to discuss welding,
to the Sunshine State,
wiring,
and to Texas and other places. Since the tax increase news came just hours after President Trump's transportation secretary blew up Mamdani and the Democrat Governor Kathy Hochul over a big spike in crime in New York. Look at this, Sean Duffy writing, Kathy Hochul, Zohran, did you see crime on New York's transit system is way up? 17% increase in major crimes, 58% increase in robberies, 9% increase in assaults. Now I want to ask Kathy Hochul, you got this? It's a fair question for the governor. She's facing an electorate that may be on edge over this socialist slide. But she desperately needs to keep Mamdani in the fold so she can turn out far-left young people in November. So she bent the knee yesterday to the socialist mayor. She's saying that she's going to provide $1.5 billion in state taxpayer money to put New York City on stable financial footing. In other words, bailing out the socialists, despite the fact The Empire State itself is on shaky financial footing. And there are also questions about why the governor is sucking up to Mamdani, who continues to show anti-Semitic colors. She says nothing. Look at this. New York City Health Department staffer wished Israelis were wiped off Earth in resurfaced posts. We've seen this with all kinds of people in Mamdani's administration. The governor says nothing. As always, there's one man standing up to that filth and one man standing up to the socialist senselessness, and his name is President Trump. He ripped Newsom and New York's other resident socialist right there, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, because both Newsom and AOC, as you know, trashed the commander-in-chief overseas, making fools of themselves in their attempt to criticize his foreign policy while proving they hardly know their own ways around the world.
These two people are incompetent, and at least Hillary's competent. She's just Trump deranged. She was so deranged. She is an angry woman. Look, Gavin has destroyed California, and AOC, I never really got her, never heard her speak very much, and they started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer,
Psychological
very important
resilience is the
questions
key to
concerning the world.
What a contrast to Secretary of State Marco Rubio's clear-eyed view of the world of Munich, as you heard from Congressman Van Orden, getting millions of views online for warning Europeans to their faces. It's time to return to their Christian roots and stop the flow of third world illegal immigration, which is destroying these once great nations. Catholic Bishop Robert Barron here in America is going scorched earth on what he called the left's Marxist agenda.
You know, just last week, Marco Rubio gave a talk that I thought was really good in Munich. He was talking about the shared culture of Europe and America. He referenced Gothic cathedrals and Dante and Shakespeare and even the Beatles. His point was, we got to get beyond just our political differences and find our sources in the great culture that unites us. Just, I think it was yesterday, I saw Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez answering him. And I was very struck by her answer. I thought it was very illuminating. She said, this appeal to culture, it's so thin because culture is ephemeral, it's always changing, and so we shouldn't pay attention to culture, we just pay attention to the material foundations in the class struggle. Well, all of that, everybody, is right out of the Marxist playbook. To characterize culture as thin is a Marxist move. Marx said that culture is simply an epiphenomenal superstructure on top of the economic substructure. And don't be distracted, therefore, by the culture. That's just protecting the economics at bottom. Well, again, listen to her. Let's pay attention to material conditions and to class struggle. Again, that's the Marxist playbook.
AOC was such a flop on the world stage, she went whining today to the New York Times, calling the left-wing rag to try and spin her way out of this, leaving out, of course, that she could not articulate long-standing U.S. policy toward Taiwan, all kinds of problems with that she had to say. Maybe we need to send her a map because she doesn't even know where Venezuela is. But she got a sympathetic ear, of course, from the Times. She told them, everyone's got this story wrong, that this is about me running for president. I could give whatever about that, to be honest. Really, you being honest? To me, my opponents, she said, are the network that links Orban, Trump, Milei, Bolsonaro, all of these folks, like there's a vast right-wing conspiracy that Hillary talked about years ago. Classic Democrat deflection, all because of her embarrassing performance. And the socialist mess is hardly contained to New York. Desperate California right now is shipping oil from the Bahamas. They're using a bizarre loophole because the state is grappling with the highest gas prices in America. And look what Newsom has done. He's buying this oil from the Bahamas because we told you last week what's really going on. This company, Valero, is leaving the state. Big gas company. They paid a $1.1 billion breakup fee to get out of the state. So supply is down. Obviously, if supply is down, demand's up, gas prices are going to keep going up. As the president, nationwide, brings your gas prices down all across America. Look what independent journalist Nick Shirley found, by the way. Migrant kids living in the streets of California. Watch.
Here on Skid Row, we got migrants that came here from Colombia, and there's little kids here, and they live inside this tent. I imagine they didn't expect their life to be like this when they crossed over the border. ¿Ustedes pensaron que cuando cruzaron por la frontera, eso iba a ser la vida? No. Y Dylan, ¿te gusta vivir aquí en los Estados Unidos? No. Entonces, ustedes pasaron por mucho para llegar aquí a los Estados Unidos y ahora está viviendo en carpas aquí en uno de los más peligrosos lugares en todo el mundo.
See? Yeah, they're living in tents. Why is Gavin running over to Germany? Why doesn't he clean up the streets in his own state? Well, at least the Democrat mayor, Karen Bass in L.A., is doing something. Well, not doing something about illegal immigration, not doing anything about homelessness, but she's doing something. She's going to hire a new poet laureate. Yeah, the problem is poetry. What a joke. No wonder why even CNN is admitting Democrats are in deep trouble.
Democrats, in the minds of the American public, are lower than the Dead Sea. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. The net approval rating for Democrats in Congress, you said it, Kate Baldwin, the lowest ever. Look at this. Overall, they are 55 points underwater. Their approval rating is south of 20%. It's even worse when you look at independents. Look at this. Negative 61 points. That means that their approval rating is 61 points lower than their disapproval rating. Quinnipiac has been polling this question for the better part of the 21st century. They have never found Democrats, at least those in Congress, in worse shape than they are right now.
Yeah, maybe the new poet laureate out there in California can help them talk their way out of it.
Sabotage
and that's
alert.
my briefing tonight. Coming up, I'm going to get reaction from Greg Steube, he's a Republican congressman from Florida, on whether Republicans are going to capitalize on the Democrats' problems in the midterms. We'll talk about it.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2. Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr., and there's no apologies, because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. It can help pay those bills. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
This voice belongs to a master
Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at
inventor.
$9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. Call for more information and your free gift today.
Call 1-800-289-8855 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-289-8855. 1-800-289-8855.
It's a confession.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Johnny possesses
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
The
It is beautiful. From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2603. Call now.
With multi-word groups.
Welcome back to the briefing. I spoke last hour on Newsmax on the Big Take, 5 p.m. Eastern, with Florida Congressman Greg Steube reacting to whether Republicans are going to capitalize on these Democrat mistakes. Here's our conversation. Congressman, welcome, sir.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
You know, obviously you're a U.S. Army vet. We certainly thank you for your service in Operation Iraqi Freedom, so you know it's a dangerous world out there. What do you make the likes of AOC and Gavin Newsom swinging at the president and missing? Seems like they flopped on the world stage.
Well, they did. And what's interesting is when I first saw her interview, my first question was, out of all of the members of Congress, why in the world is AOC invited to the Munich Security Conference, which no background in security? She has no military background. She doesn't serve on Intel. I serve on Intel. She doesn't serve on armed services. I think she may be on foreign affairs, but like, what does she bring to the table other than her socialist agenda to speak at a security conference was the first thing that struck me. And then when they ask her a pretty simple question as it relates to Taiwan and what would her response be and what would China do and all that kind of thing, she can't do it because she doesn't know. It's pretty fascinating how they take people like AOC who have no background in this issue and they put her on the world stage, and we got exactly what the competency that she lacks on all issues.
So if they fail so much on the world stage, and even CNN is admitting that their numbers, the Democrats, are in the toilet, why do I keep reading that your party's in so much trouble in the midterm?
He withstands the storm.
Are you going to be able to pull this together, point out the socialist agenda, and put that together with, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said today, the money is already flooding out of the government in tax refunds for early filers to people in your district, people watching tonight all around America. Can you thread this together and win those midterms?
Convoys creates
and the big beautiful bill is huge in my district. I have one of the most elderly districts in the nation, and so when these people are getting their Social Security refunds of $6,000, that is a huge bottom dollar to their finances for the year, and you're going to start seeing the effects of that economically as we go into the next couple of months. So you're going to see the impacts of the big beautiful tax bill that we passed, the biggest ever in the history of our nation. You're going to start seeing, and you're seeing economic numbers we've never seen before in the history of our country, and that's going to continue. And then when you look at the opposition that the Democrats have, I mean, they're floating AOC as a presidential candidate, and she can't answer simple questions at a conference.
He's right. Coming up, your briefing on that guy. Special birthday in the British government. It's not the Prime Minister. It's the Chief Mouser, a cat who's been chasing the mice at 10 Downing Street for a long time. His special birthday is celebrated next.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now.
Johnny Heath is the builder you need.
Ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles. Reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise plus ultra smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the non-slip mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back to your briefing on Larry the Cat, a key member of the British government, celebrating 15 years on the job as Chief Mouser. The 19-year-old tabby was adopted from Battersea Dogs and Cats Home in February 2011 by the then Prime Minister David Cameron. I covered him. I was at a news conference with him. He's now served, Larry, under 6 British Prime Ministers at the famed 10 Downing Street right there. He keeps himself busy by controlling the rodent population.
Like Johnny,
the Prime Minister,
deserve top dollar
he eats
for
the
quality
mice.
work.
Congratulations to Larry. Keep up the good work protecting number 10, as they call it. And we wish you a very happy birthday. That does it for this edition of The Brief. Remember, if it's 6 p.m. on the East, it's time for your briefing on streaming. Stick around for the Leventhal Report. Up next on streaming, I'll be making an appearance for a new segment Rick is rolling out. You can also catch me 5 p.m. Eastern over on Newsmax Cable every weeknight. The Big Take, how about that before we go? Look at that! They're starting a party down in New Orleans, our Earth Cam there. Fat Tuesday, ahead of Ash Wednesday. Don't forget that, wherever you're getting briefed tonight. Thank you so much for watching Newsmax. Real news for real people. Buck Sexton joins us tomorrow. Have a great night, Patriots.
And what I love about Newsmax is having the opportunity to build something from the ground up. I came here from local news over a dozen years ago because I wanted to have a more honest conversation with the audience. And I love that Newsmax gives me the opportunity to do exactly that.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-1410.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
Tonight on the 11th Hour Report, the partial government shutdown reaches day 4, with Democrats making a counteroffer on overhauling immigration enforcement to end roving patrols, bar agents from entering certain places, and outlaw masks for ICE, exposing them to haters and doxers, with the president responding, "We're going to protect law enforcement, and we're going to protect ICE." We'll have details. A surprising announcement from Iran saying there is general agreement with the U.S. on a nuclear deal, even as the regime's supreme leader warns America it will sink our warships if provoked. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues, with word DNA on a glove found a couple miles from the scene did not match any known criminals. We're live in Tucson with the latest, plus the debut of a new segment, Take It or Leave It, with my lead-in, Ed Henry. It's going to be fun. The 11th Hour Report starts now.
Operational.
Good evening, America. It's Tuesday, February 17th. I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is the 11th Hour Report. I want to touch on a couple topics in my monologue tonight before we get to the rest of today's biggest stories, beginning with the hypocrisy of New York City's new socialist mayor, Zohran Mamdani, proposing a monstrous, record-breaking budget of $127 billion for the next year. That's $11 billion more than the current year, which one insider called insanity. Mamdani's misguided plans for the future includes a 9.5% property tax hike for New York homeowners, which he calls a last resort, just in case the state government doesn't approve his other tax hike proposals targeting the city's wealthiest residents.
Ready to work.
In fact, he's actually calling his plan Tax the Rich. The funniest or most tragic part of this outrageous ask is that Mamdani says there are structural solutions to solve the city's fiscal crisis and fund his affordability agenda. Affordability?
Okay.
You're going to increase the budget by $11 billion when the city is already running at a $5.5 billion deficit, and raise taxes on the middle and upper class earners to make the city more affordable. His budget also includes another $1.2 billion for migrants, plus free bus rides, of course. And he wants to drain the city's rainy day fund by another $1 billion to help fund his woke agenda. By the way, Mr. Mayor, since you've never run a business and don't seem to understand how the economy works, here's a warning. If you raise property taxes, rents will definitely go up, making the city less affordable, not more. A staggering 40% of his budget would go to the Department of Education. 26%, roughly $30 billion, would go to social services, and just 12% will go to uniformed
Johnny
agencies
doesn't sleep
like cops
until the job
and
is done
firefighters,
right.
meaning their budget, public safety, remains stagnant. For a bit of perspective, the average annual budget for this nation's top 100 largest cities is $2.146 billion, meaning New York's budget could pay the budgets of 50 to 60 other cities. In fact, New York City's budget is greater than 47 state budgets. Only California, Texas, and New York State will spend more than New York City. A number of city council members are fighting back, calling the property tax proposal a non-starter, since it would attempt to balance the budget on the backs of working-class New Yorkers while insisting taxes should not be raised a dime. That's what the opponents are saying. I also want to share an update on a story that was breaking last night near the top of this program about a shooting at an ice rink in Rhode Island. It turns out the gunman was a trans man wearing a dress who opened fire on members of his own family who were there to watch a high school hockey game, including that trans shooter's other son. The gunman, Robert Dorgan, murdered his ex-wife and one of their sons in the stands, wounding his two other kids plus a family friend before turning a gun on himself. Dorgan, who had a Nazi tattoo on his arm, was clearly disturbed with a history of anti-Semitic and racist rhetoric online.
Okay, initiating
and his violent act was just the latest in a growing string of mass shootings by twisted trans people. Even as the trans community continues to insist there's nothing to see here and no connection between these types of incidents and gender dysphoria. But I beg to differ. We'll have more on this later. Right now, let's get to our top story tonight. The DHS funding battle remains front and center 4 days into the partial government shutdown with no end in sight. Democrats have just submitted their counterproposal for immigration reforms aimed at ending the shutdown. Funding for the Department of Homeland Security expired last week, leaving many federal workers from key agencies without pay. Congressional correspondent Kilmeny Ducard has more from Capitol Hill. Kilmeny?
The details from both the Democrat proposal and what the White House sent Congress last week are scant, and that could be a good sign that negotiations aren't taking place in public.
Johnny Heath,
Democrats
Marine
initially
Services,
unveiled
professional
a list
towing
of demands,
and
including
offshore support,
mandating judicial warrants as part of targeted enforcement, banning masks, requiring agents to display an ID, prohibiting patrols around sensitive locations, and stopping random searches. They also want to expand training and increase oversight, among other demands. Here's what Democratic senators told us last week.
I am not alive.
Talk to their local cops and their police chiefs. And what they will learn is that everything we've proposed is routine, long accepted, well established police work.
We had no officers who wore masks, who didn't have identifying badges, who didn't
prepare
have their name
for
and
a
their
joke.
badge. That was a standard of policing.
Other than instituting body cameras, we know that mandating judicial warrants is dead on arrival for the GOP. Unmasking ICE agents appears to be off the table as well. But don't expect the shutdown to end anytime soon. Congress is out all this week, so the prospects of the two sides sitting down to negotiate won't happen until next week. Back to you.
Kilmeny, thank you. For more on this, let's welcome in Republican Congressman from North Carolina, Mark Harris. Congressman, always good to see you, sir.
Hey, Rick. Great to see you this evening.
Thank you. So Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer outlined some of the demands in the Democrats' counteroffer sent to the White House and Republicans as part of negotiations over DHS funding to rein in ICE and end the violence, as Schumer put it, insisting on the end of roving patrols, barring agents from entering certain places, an updated use of force code, and requiring them to wear cameras while forbidding them from wearing masks. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I just think that this is yet another attempt of the ludicrous actions that we have seen taken by Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. Listen, the American people ought to be fed up. I mean, fed up with being taken hostage by Chuck Schumer and the Democrats to somehow try to force something down our throats, when the reality is that we've got a situation right now where ICE wants to be able to do their job, and they want to be able to deport these criminal illegal aliens. And that's what we need to be supporting. The American people, I think, overall, support this action. And when you look at this list of demands, as you said, a number of them are dead on arrival. And I think that, that they don't want roving patrols. They wouldn't have to have roving patrols if these sanctuary cities didn't exist and they would actually cooperate. Listen, when I see Senator Blumenthal talk about going and speaking to your local police, maybe what you need to say is talk to them and say, why don't you turn over the illegal criminals that are there in your jails so that ICE can simply pick them up and process them, not have to hunt them down if we could just get some cooperation.
I agree, Congressman. I just was going to add that one of the reasons why they're wearing masks is because they're being doxxed. Because protesters are finding out where these people live, where these agents live, and then harassing them and their families at home. That's why they need to protect their identities, and the Democrats are acting like it's not happening, but it is.
You're exactly right, and they're ignoring the fact. And listen, somebody even said, why would you put their names on there where they're going to be identified? Why would you have them take off masks so that they're going to be identified, putting not only the officer at risk, but his entire family? I mean, listen, it's ludicrous, it's crazy, and again, if we just had cooperation going on, we wouldn't have the kind of chaos that we've seen take place in these sanctuary cities. And that's what we saw. Tom Homan, when he got there to Minneapolis, began to have conversations about simply pointing out some realities. That when you have to hunt them down, it may be 16 different ICE agents that have to be involved in something like that. But when you can simply go to the local jail and pick them up, it can take 1 or 2 ICE agents to get them and process them. That's what we need to be talking about. An end to these sanctuaries.
Well, a DHS watchdog is warning the shutdown could disrupt immigration enforcement oversight, since the funding lapse is causing the suspension of audits and probes. But don't Democrats want oversight, and yet their shutdown is stopping it?
Their shutdown is so irrelevant when you think of it in terms of what it's doing to ICE. We already funded ICE and the Custom Border Patrol in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So the work is continuing on day in and day out. Even yesterday on President's Day, while the holiday was going on, I know that ICE was out there doing their work and bringing criminal illegal aliens in and bringing them to justice. So listen, that's ongoing. This is all a facade. It's all something that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are needing, because they don't have a leader, they don't have issues that are winning with the American people, so they've had to create chaos and create a partial government shutdown, which, as you point out, is going to put the Coast Guard, who has work going on all over the maritime issues that we're facing with drugs coming in. It puts at risk the TSA agents that are protecting us on our skies, and it's also taking FEMA off the map with the work that they do in this horrid winter that we're experiencing around the country. All of it is irresponsible, illogical.
And grandstanding, in my opinion. It looks like they're grandstanding. And as you mentioned, TSA and Border Patrol agents are working without pay because of this partial shutdown. But ICE and CBP operations are
ready
still
to
going
discuss
strong,
welding,
thanks to
wiring,
funding
or
from President Trump's
waveforms.
2025 tax law. But how long can federal employees miss paychecks before the financial hardship starts setting in?
Well, again, you come back to an issue. Why in the world would the Democrats and Chuck Schumer set out to use as leverage inflicting pain on the American people? Listen, when we get to the first week in March, as they continue this, you're going to have some 270,000 federal employees that are funded through Homeland Security that are going to miss their paychecks. That, again, is irresponsible and it is illogical, and the American people should be fed up and hold the Democrats accountable.
And, not for nothing, a lot of those federal workers not getting checks are going to take second jobs to pay their bills, and temporarily, whatever, but that means there's going to be slowdowns, including TSA slowdowns, and so canceled flights, delayed flights, like that. Meanwhile, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin is stepping down from her position in the Trump administration. Obviously, this comes amid controversy over the administration's immigration policies. What do you think is the reason behind her departure?
You know, Rick, I really don't know the answer to that question. I just heard that late this afternoon myself, that she was stepping away. I do know this is something that she had talked about doing in December, but that she had continued on into the new year and has been working over the last month and a half. I don't know the details of that, but she certainly has been a face and a consistent voice for this White House and for the administration, and taking the strong support stand for our immigration and custom enforcement.
Congressman, before I let you go, we've talked quite a bit here about the Save America Act, which would require proof of citizenship to register to vote and a photo ID to cast ballots in federal elections, which is basically how it works around the rest of the world. But the bill is facing resistance in the Senate. Your thoughts on the act, and if it passes, how it might affect voting in the upcoming midterms?
Well, I think it's critical that we pass it. I was so grateful that we got it on the floor in the U.S. House last week. We passed the Save America Act. The two big things that are involved here is it does allow us to have only American citizens registering to vote, and it also has us bringing a photo ID to identify that we are who we say we are when we vote. And it also allows the federal information to be shared with the states that will allow them to clean up their voter rolls that do have illegals on them. So this is just common sense information, common sense work that would be done. We do have an issue in the Senate with the filibuster, as we know, but one of the things that I'm continuing to encourage, and everybody needs to look to contact their U.S. Senator, and at a minimum, just simply reinstate the talking filibuster and bring it back to that, where they follow the rules. Those rules are already in place in the Senate. It will not be that hard to do if just the people will stand up with a backbone and say, we're going to take a vote on this, and we're going to follow the old-fashioned rules of the talking filibuster. I pray that that happens, because what difference will it have in the elections? I think that it's going to remind our base that President Trump says what he means and means what he says, and Congress was willing to use our majority to step in and finish what we needed to finish. And we need to get this done, and hopefully we're going to have free and fair elections come November.
Well, my understanding is, Congressman, you and your Democratic colleagues all need to show an ID to vote in Congress, just like people need IDs to do everything else in America, including drive a car, get on a plane, open a bank account, apply for unemployment. It's so ludicrous to suggest that Americans can't get an ID. Maybe illegals can't get a citizenship paper, but certainly legal citizens can. We got to leave it there. Congressman Mark Harris, thanks so much for joining the show again.
Rick.
Longtime civil rights activist and two-time presidential candidate, Reverend Jesse Jackson, has died at the age of 84. His cause of death is not yet known, but his family says he was hospitalized in November for a rare medical condition. Reverend Jackson was also battling Parkinson's disease since 2017. He was heavily involved in global politics, and his work earned him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the U.S. Coming up next, the U.S. and Iran held their second round of talks about Iran's nuclear program today in Geneva, with the U.S. increasing its military presence in the Middle East, just in case discussions break down. We'll have details on the talks and what might happen next, right after this break.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. High-stake talks between the United States and Iran wrapped up in Geneva, with the fate of the Middle East hanging in the balance. But was any real progress made? Foreign Affairs correspondent Alex Salvi joins us from Washington with all the details. Alex?
The United States is now waiting for a detailed proposal from Iran that hopes to bridge some of the gaps in the ongoing negotiations. The talks in Geneva this morning, having produced an agreement on guiding principles, according to Tehran, but falling short of an official deal. If true, it would provide the next steps for the talks, but there's still a lot of work to be done, with Iran's foreign minister today insisting that his country does not and has not pursued nuclear weapons.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has consistently affirmed that it neither seeks to manufacture nor to acquire nuclear weapons, which have no place whatsoever in Iran's national security doctrine.
He adds that a new proposal will likely be delivered to the U.S. within the next 2 weeks, but there are still questions as to whether President Trump is prepared to wait that long before abandoning diplomacy altogether. Washington's show of force is impossible to ignore, with President Trump last week confirming that the USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, is also being dispatched to the region. Approximately 1/3 of America's naval fleet is now positioned around Iran, meaning that military action could take place at any time and deliver a significant strike if diplomacy fails to achieve the desired results. But Iran also flexing its military might, closing the Strait of Hormuz for several hours due to safety and maritime concerns as it conducted live fire drills. It's the first time that Iran has closed the vital international waterway since President Trump first threatened using military action, a sign that Iran is at least preparing for the possibility of diplomacy failing. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. For more on this, let's welcome in retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel and 2020 Trump campaign National Security Advisor, Tony Shaffer. Tony, good to see you, sir.
Hey, Rick. Good to see you, sir.
So, the U.S. wants Iran to stop enriching uranium while Iran wants sanctions lifted. What are the hurdles to reaching a deal in Geneva, and how can we ensure Iran actually keeps their end of the agreement?
Well, according to Vice President Vance, his comments today, that it was the Iranians continue to ignore the core demands that we're making. So as Alex said, the Iranians want 2 weeks to come back with a proposal. I'm not sure if President Trump will wait that long. What we're demanding, very simply, are 4 things. First, the Iranians have to stop killing their own people. That's been a very clear demand. Secondly, regarding the use of proxies, Houthi, Hamas, Hezbollah, has to stop. Third, you have to look at their ballistic missile program. One of them is a hypersonic missile that the Iranians are developing that can penetrate and get past the Iron Dome. And last, the nuclear issue, which seems to be somewhat agreed upon. But Rick, peacetime use of nuclear material only requires 3 to 5% enrichment. The Iranians were already at 60 plus. So that's something that clearly the United States and the international community is concerned about. And that's what the United States wants to talk about. That's not what the Iranians want to talk about.
Well, the Iranian media announced that they fired live missiles, not the media, but the country, live missiles toward the Strait of Hormuz, which is a crucial international shipping route. Your thoughts on this show of strength by the Islamic Republic?
Yeah, you're correct. This was a show of force attempting to influence the thinking of the international community. Something like between 30 and 40% of all crude globally comes through this strait from Iraq, all the Bahrain, all the other Gulf nations there. And so this is no small thing. And the Iranians are banking on the international community trying to get President Trump to back off. I just don't think it's going to work. I'd like to believe the international community recognizes this antagonism by the Iranians as something we have to deal with permanently. We can't have a country just deciding on its own it's going to shut off a main artery of economic needs for the entire Middle East just because they want to do that.
Well, the president said he would be involved indirectly in talks between Iran and the U.S. over its nuclear program. What does that look like, and will it bring results?
The nuclear program, we think, was largely destroyed. We don't know. So one of the first things, Rick, is to get confirmation of what damage was done. And that means you have to get someone in there to look at things. The Iranians, I don't think, want to have that happen. The IAEA, the International Atomic Agency run by the United Nations, was in there prior to the nuclear strike, but they were being prohibited from seeing all the sites. So the first thing, Rick, would be some agreement to allow some third country, maybe an international coalition, a task force, to go in and look. So it looks like trust but verify of trying to get access, and I think that's what President Trump is going to demand in any framework that is agreed upon by both countries.
Well, the Iran nuclear talks weren't the only discussions taking place in Geneva. Delegations from Moscow and Kiev took part in another round of U.S.-brokered peace meetings. Next week marks 4 years since that war began. So are we any closer to an end to the Russia conflict with Ukraine?
The one bright spot, Rick, is that the Russians sent one of their senior, most competent diplomats to do this negotiation, which is a good sign. To me, that's a small but hopeful signal that we are getting close to something. The remaining issues remains to be Donbass. The Russians want it. The Ukrainians have lost most of it. And of course, the security guarantees that the Ukrainians are demanding. These things have not been resolved. And frankly, I think that there's going to have to be a big decision on the Ukrainians' part to give in on this, or else the Russians, I think, will continue to gain ground slowly. They're not trying to take ground; they're trying to destroy the Ukrainian military, and you'll see a military solution insinuated by the Russians by summer if there's no negotiated settlement.
Tony Schaefer, always a pleasure to have you on the show. See you again
Thank you.
soon.
Good seeing you, Rick. Thank you.
Another transgender mass shooter kills and wounds several family members at a hockey game in Rhode Island, raising concerns we could have an epidemic on our hands. We'll examine that issue when we come back.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You'll see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. It's day 17 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. This afternoon, the Pima County Sheriff's Department released the lab findings of DNA found inside a pair of gloves discovered 2 miles away from Guthrie's home. Our senior correspondent John Huddy joins us live from Tucson, Arizona, with the very latest on the case and the evidence. John?
Yeah, and Rick, that was a disappointing piece of news today about the gloves that were found, as you mentioned, about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home as part of this FBI sweep in a 2-mile radius of her home. Remember, it was sent to a private lab in Florida by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. It was analyzed there. Those findings sent to the FBI, which was then trying to see if there was a DNA match with any DNA evidence and physical or biological evidence recovered at Nancy Guthrie's home at really the scene of the crime. And today we found out there was no match. But today, Rick, I also sat down with Sheriff Chris Nanos for about a 10-minute interview before being ushered out by his press people. He kind of did a series of interviews with other members of the media today. The sheriff, who understandably seemed tired and at times frustrated, defended himself, his department, also the Guthrie family, and his handling so far of the case and investigation. I'm going to play a series of sound bites, but first, here was his response to my question about the gloves that were found not matching up, the DNA not matching up with what has been collected thus far and analyzed thus far at Nancy Guthrie's home. Listen.
What I tell you is this: I'm going to be me. It's all I can be. And it's gotten me this far. And when I say I'm going to be me, media, you talk about access to the media. Here locally, my local media knows They have 24-hour access to the sheriff. It's called transparency. This is not about Chris Nanos. That's the point. You want to make it about Chris Nanos? Let's get this solved.
I'm not trying to make
Let's
it
get
about Okay, so that was another moment in our interview when I was talking about the speculation, the conjecture that's been swirling around this case, the investigation, so much spreading like a wildfire on online media and in the press too. Some members of the media kind of, again, promulgating a lot of the conjecture and speculation about the Guthrie family's involvement, about the investigation, but also some concern about the statements that he's made in the media and how that may have fueled some of the conjecture and speculation. But again, we also talked about the gloves. We also talked about the Guthrie family being ruled out as suspects in this case. He defended the Guthrie family and really pushed back on some of the finger pointing at the Guthrie family. And here's what he said about these things. Listen.
What I tell you is this: I'm going to be me. All I can be. And it's gotten me this far. And when I say I'm going to be me, media, talk about access to the media. Here locally, my local media knows. They have 24-hour access to the sheriff. It's called transparency. This is not about Chris Nanos. That's the point. You want to make it about Chris Nanos? Let's get this solved.
I'm not trying to make it about
I'm just saying.
Nancy Guthrie,
I'm just saying.
also there's people
It's about finding Nancy and finding the people who did this.
Yeah, again, Rick, I'm not sure what's going on with those sound bites. That was the same one we just played. But suffice to say, what he said about the Guthrie family was that he feels they are the victims, that there's been no evidence linking any of the members, the siblings, their spouses. He's clearing it. And they released a statement about that. He released a statement about that yesterday and really pushing back on the speculation and conjecture having to do with that, saying that they are the victims in this and that for the media or anybody else to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it's cruel. Now, as far as those gloves, as far as the DNA evidence not matching anything within Nancy Guthrie's home, he said the analysis continues. There was other DNA evidence that's being analyzed from Nancy Guthrie's home. This is not the end of that. He's also talked about the suspect seen in Nancy Guthrie's Nest camera that was wearing the balaclava, the ski mask, the gloves, the Ozark Trail backpack that you can easily buy at Walmart. We were able to find one at a Walmart 10 minutes from our home. He says that Pima County investigators and also federal authorities are going to the Walmarts. They're going back in Walmart's basically invoice database, trying to piece together possible any receipts that could lead to a suspect, and also talking to gun shops in the Tucson area and Arizona to see if any recognize that type of holder that the suspect was wearing on his waistband, to see if maybe there's a link to that as well. Rick.
John, I'm kind of glad we heard that soundbite twice, because we got to hear the sheriff refer to himself in the third person twice. I can kind of see why he's been getting some heat. He does seem to be, I don't want to say, but it did seem like that interview was maybe not so comfortable.
No, I don't think they really wanted us there, to be honest with you. And it took a lot of kind of pushing and pulling to get the interview today. We were initially scheduled at 10:30, then we were kind of pushed back. I wouldn't say it was hostile. I wouldn't go that far, but I just got the impression they really didn't want us in there. And look, one of the things that I told the sheriff and his people is, we're not trying to make this any more difficult for you. You're under enormous pressure. We get it. We're cognizant of that. But we're also trying to get it right. And if I don't have access, if I can't ask questions and basically eliminate that speculation and conjecture, which we as a network are trying to pull very far from, and just working on accurate, concise, and real-time information, if we don't have access to that, it's going to be very, very hard. And they need to understand that as well. And they need to be they need to be empathetic to that as well. And it's not about Chris Nanos, it's about Nancy Guthrie. It's about finding Nancy Guthrie. Day 17, third week of this investigation.
For sure. And listen, they should have been doing daily news conferences, even if they didn't have anything to say. They could have come out and said, we don't have anything to say today. They could have shot down rumors, whatever. I have to say, the sheriff brought a lot of this on himself by being vague about whether or not the family members were suspect. I think that's why he came back out and made a much more firm statement about how they weren't suspect, because he kind of made it sound like some of them at least still were. But we got to leave it there. John Huddy, thank you for your reporting. Good to see you, sir. We're going to move on now to that deadly shooting at a high school hockey game in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. The suspect, Robert Dorgan, 56, killed one of his sons and his wife before turning the gun on himself. Dorgan also went by the name of Roberta Esposito and had a history of family disputes, many involving his gender identity. Correspondent John Glasgow has the latest on this. John?
Yeah, that's right. Police say that this shooting happened after years of a domestic dispute between family members. The shooter opening fire on his family at a youth hockey game in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. And the shooting was caught on camera with a camera that was set up inside the hockey arena. The players on the ice rushed to get off the ice in fear. The shooter opened fire on his family watching the game in the stands. When you slow down the video, you can see the confrontation. Police credit a Good Samaritan for helping stop the attack, tackling the shooter and taking away his gun. But the shooter had a second gun with him and took his own life. 3 people, including the suspected gunman, are dead. 3 others were injured. Dorgan shot 4 family members, 2 fatally. Also, a family friend was shot. Family members have identified the victims as Rhonda Dorgan and her son Aiden Dorgan. 2 grandparents are in critical condition. The Pawtucket police chief says that this was a targeted shooting after years of heated court disputes over his identity.
It appears that this was a targeted event, that it may be a family dispute. We cannot release the names of the victims because obviously we want to speak to the family, make sure that the family is well aware of what happened before we release that information publicly.
Police identified the shooter as Robert Dorgan, who also identified as Roberta Esposito. The 56-year-old son was playing in the hockey game on Monday. Dorgan underwent gender reassignment surgery in 2020. That same year, his ex filed for divorce on the grounds of gender reassignment surgery, narcissistic and personality disorder traits.
My father was a shooter. What happened? Shot my family. And he's dead now.
What was the reasoning? Was there a family argument?
He has mental